Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E. I am joined tonight by Mrs. E and our guest, Aunt E. Good to have you back, Aunt E. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I just had a bad cold, but I might sound worse than I am, but I feel great.
You missed JFK night, so I'm sorry for that. I know you would have
I
liked to have done
know.
that with us.
Yes.
But yeah, so that was a lot of fun. If you weren't here for that, I love documents, and so I'm excited about tonight for the same reason. I don't know why these kind of lives are my favorite to do, going through documents for some reason. Those are the most fun to me. And this is going to be a lot of surprise to me because I haven't I've only gotten like 2 or 3 pages in, so I have no idea what we're in for. And just a little bit I've seen is going to be pretty interesting, I think, actually, for all of us. But I'd like to welcome everybody in. I know we've got several of our mods here tonight. We want to make sure we thank them. They're wonderful to us. Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Ms. Machete. I know I saw Real Me 2 earlier. I don't know if I missed any of the others or not, but when they come in, let me know. I know K-Mac may or may not be here. And I guess she's having also some back problems. I had seen her talk about a collapsed lung, but it's the spine that's giving her so much trouble. So if you wouldn't mind to continue to pray for her, she's hoping she there's lots of options on how to go about it, and she, let's hope for the best case for her and that she gets some relief soon. My understanding is she's in a lot of pain. Oh, is that right? Charlene says that another batch of JFK release just dropped. Well, we will do a part 2 at some point, because we just barely scratched the surface on it. Really,
Right.
Out of the 80,000 documents, we maybe read 40, 20, 30, 40 or so. But it was really interesting. We loved doing it. But hello there, Car Guy and Daphne, Izzy Girl, Nada Drama Nana. I know I'm going to miss a ton of you. Lots of folks are pouring in here because I know this is of a lot of interest to you. Grandma Chachi, Lisa C, BJ Boop,
Shannon Pisces.
Yes,
Rockin' Rhonda.
Allegedly innocent. Welcome in, Rockin' Rhonda. Lori P, Orange Wedge, Deanna.
Lori P. Yeah.
Detective Whiskers.
Deanna.
Good evening to you too.
Detective Whiskers is cute.
Yeah. Yeah, allegedly innocent. The music was done by Lady Tit for Tat, one of our mods that's been with us since almost the beginning, also, and our outro music. So she did great with putting that together for us. Let's see,
Sped teacher,
Criminal Med, Kathy, and Gypsy Nelson. Good to see you in Nursito, or Nursito, maybe Wanda. Closer to you, Donna. Connie, and anyway, we appreciate everybody being here. Is there anything you want to do before we kind of set the stage for what we're doing tonight?
Well, I want to welcome for Criming Out Loud, what a great name, to the Crime Dogs, and also we had Closer to You, Donna, before the show.
Oh, great! Well, thank you.
Well, welcome.
Closer to You.
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to play the Crime Dog song and to get it over with, or wait till later?
Sure. Go ahead and do the. Get the music there, and then we'll kind of explain what we're getting into tonight.
Okay. We appreciate you guys, and here you go.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow, wow, 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 wow. Doo-doo-doo.
I love that.
Well, thank you for becoming members. We do appreciate that.
I don't know, Auntie. Why do you look different?
She does look different.
Well, you know how I usually have bangs. My husband just doesn't like my bangs, and I actually don't like the way my hairdresser cuts my bangs. So when I moved,
your sister, your sister doesn't like them either.
So I just started moving them to the side. So I got bangs, but I just moved them over.
Yeah. That is what the difference is.
It does make me look a little different. I don't know if it's better or worse, but
yeah, I think it's better.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah, I think I'm with your husband.
Okay,
for what?
He just I don't know. I didn't like the way she was cutting him, and kept trying to give her some tips, and it just wasn't working. So I decided to try something different.
Well, Sonia Allen joined too. Welcome, Sonia Allen. I don't know why it won't let me see it. Okay, here we go. Welcome. Thank you for joining. We appreciate you.
It could be that we're all better rested because this is much earlier in the night than we usually go on to,
Maybe.
and you're an hour ahead. So we're usually going on about the time you're getting ready for bed or thinking
Yeah,
about it at least.
yeah, it's only 6:42 my time.
Yeah, so this is great for all of us. We don't usually go this early, but we knew this might take a little while tonight.
I need to go to Aunt E's house and get some sun. I'm just telling you. I need some sun. So
Well, then come on over. Today was actually cold. It did not get above 60 today, which is unusual. But from here on out, we're supposed to have 70s and 80s. So I think today was the last chilly day.
Yeah, everybody's kind of coming in here. So what I want to do, I just kind of want to kind of explain sort of how we got here, and if you'll help me
Sure.
with this if I miss anything, because this has been ongoing for a while, and I know there's a lot of you that have joined onto the Sebastian story in recent months, or you're new to our channel, or maybe you don't know anything about this whole injunction that got filed months ago and all of that. So, and why that happened. So I'm going to kind of try to lay out how we
Sure.
got there before we get into the documents.
And there's been a lot of documents that have been added that I guess I had missed. There's like 45 in there now.
Oh, more documents. since
Yeah,
we've
on the
printed?
public site. Yeah. No. In the public site total. Like there's a bunch of different back and forth.
Yeah. So okay. So this is all really pertaining to. It may seem indirect, but in a way, it is direct to the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, who's been missing for over a year now, and so what happened over the course of the last year or so is you had these kind of camps. People started to develop these. So all of these YouTubers and TikTokers or so started to side with one parent over the other at times, and there became sort of a division in talks of teams and all these kinds of things, right? That have gone on. Some of the stuff that started to happen became really kind of nasty at times. There's been some doxing, there's been intimidation, death threats, people calling people's place of work and such. Various lines have been crossed like that, and general harassment and whatnot. So that kind of has had escalated even over time, got worse and worse, it seemed to me. Then after the half-year mark, Dog the Bounty Hunter and AtNight, the private intelligence agency with Nick the Hat, and that whole group came in and got involved in the case. And they ended up working with Seth Rogers, the biological parent of Sebastian,
Mm-hmm.
and started working on their whatever methods they were going to use to try to find Sebastian or find out what happened to him. Shortly after that, things got really contentious. Lots of attacks happened for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then weeks after that occurred, they filed an injunction. Actually, first they sent cease and desist letters to several of the people involved.
Yeah.
And
It's hard to remember. I should probably have
Yeah.
written down a timeline.
So
Sorry.
they sent cease and desist letters about the harassment, those kinds of things, and asked for that to stop. That didn't happen. No negotiations were made. Everything kind of went ahead. Then the preliminary or an injunction was filed, right? And that we read here. And what they were alleging was that this group, they referred to them as an enterprise, were a criminal conspiracy of sorts, and they were connected through this overall harassment and intimidation of anyone trying to solve the case, find justice, or find Sebastian Rogers through a variety of different alleged criminal acts. And it was setting the stage for a civil RICO lawsuit was the allegation. Right. You can't just so it's a civil case, but they were laying out the RICO argument and citing why it was and how these people were connected, of course. So that got filed. And then over the last several months, of course, the people on the defendant side, were upset about that. And some of them hired their own lawyers and fought back and various things. Initially there were two principals named. One was Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching.
Mm-hmm.
Both reside in Pennsylvania, where a lot of the people on the plaintiff side also live, like a lot of the AtNight folks. And I think the Jules, the dog handler, lives there also, maybe some others. Anyway, there's a lot of folks that were living in Pennsylvania. So that's where it was filed, and they were the principals. Then there were these, at one point, I think there were up to 52 does that were not necessarily exactly named, 50 or 52.
Something like that.
And that number changed a couple of times, I think. And then we kind of had an idea of who they were just because of the filing. Certain channels were named.
Mm-hmm.
So you could kind of guess who some of those does may or may not be. And so, of course, this caught the attention of everyone covering this case. No matter where you stand on it, it became important, not because, YouTubers suing other YouTubers. That's nothing really new. That
Right.
goes on.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't talk about YouTubers taking other YouTubers to court, except this is kind of like when we had to cover the Bullhorn Betty situation last summer, because in the Bullhorn Betty situation, you had both parents, both Proud Feet, as plaintiffs,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get a protective order against Bullhorn Betty, who at that time in particular was working very closely with Seth, the father, and he was appearing in court. And eventually Chris Proudfoot took the stand and gave sworn testimony and everything. So it was all
Gave us a lovely clip.
it did. It gave us the machete parte.
Yes.
Yes. So if nothing else,
That was the gift that keeps on giving.
nothing else, we got that clip
Sure.
forever. But we had to cover it because all three of the principal parents were involved, and you just didn't really know what was going to come from that and how it might relate to Sebastian's case. I mean, there was sworn testimony given on the witness stand by Chris, who we believe at some point may very well face some type of criminal charges, and so of course we had to cover that. This is kind of similar, just reverse this time, and that Seth is one of the plaintiffs, and then Chris and Katie were both named in the injunction, although they weren't. They were named and implied that they had some connection to the enterprise, the way the wording was. So it looked like potentially they might even be one of the 50 does named at that point, right? Okay. So we have to cover for that. I mean, it's sort of like, it reminds me of what's going on with the Karen Reed situation, where and I don't know a lot about that case. I just kind of see headlines and hot takes and things like that. I haven't dug deep on it. I don't have strong opinions about what happened in the Karen Reed case. But there is a YouTuber there named Turtle Boy that sort of injected himself into that case, got very close to Karen Reed, and now he's facing charges for witness intimidation. So this could potentially get that way. Because people have so gotten involved in the case and crossed various lines, whether you agree that there will be a RICO charge, and charges brought or not, but
It's
but there have been
though.
some.
Yes.
There are people that, in my opinion, are flirting dangerously close to breaking laws, if not breaking laws, that may find themselves in trouble at some point.
I was just excited. I wanted to show Auntie
Oh, yeah.
hasn't seen the baby. The baby got
Aw.
groomed.
She looks cute.
Yeah.
Did
Well,
a
they both
brown-
got groomed.
Brown E and Bailey and Charlie. She looks so cute.
They gave her a little red
She can see
bandana.
again. She's happy to be able to see again.
Yeah, because her hair gets so long in her face. Aw. Auntie, your dog is so cute.
She's sleeping.
Our dogs are cuter. Sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
They're all the
No.
same.
They're all the same.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what's going on with, but I just want to say thank you
thank
for
you for the-
crying out loud.
Yes.
Auntie says your dog is so cute.
Oh,
That's right. You can see Charlie there in the background.
She's mapped out.
Yes.
but where's Granny? That's the question.
No, she's in her room watching.
Okay.
Mm.
She'll text us and not chat, right?
Right.
That's usually her way. But anyway, so I don't know what has happened with Turtle Boy. I don't know if they've dropped those charges or not, or like I said, I haven't been following that closely. But you don't want to get in any kind of like legal, especially criminal issues, because you've gotten too close to a case and gotten too involved with the people
Mhm.
that may have things going on.
I did want to answer, I believe somebody asked, Sonia asked what breed they are. They're Cavapoos, all of them. All
So
of
they're
them.
Cavalier King Charles Spaniel Poodle mix.
And Aunt E's dog, not the dog I just showed,
That one
my
back
other
here.
dog.
Back there.
Aunt E's dog and the dog that's down here at my feet, who will probably be up my lap later, are brother and sister.
Yeah, we got them the same time. The same Christmas.
Yes.
So that was filed. Then Barbecue Lady and Granny both got attorneys,
Mhm.
and Barbecue Lady's response, her defense, we read when she filed her motion
Yeah.
in response, and which was essentially, I didn't do the things I'm being accused of.
Right.
And so that's where that was. Then there were some other motions filed. Took forever for a judge to get assigned to the case.
Yeah.
We would check on this periodically, and it just kind of was hanging there in the court. And then about a month ago, they did have a hearing. And that is still not resolved, from what I understand.
Yeah,
The
I
judge
checked. I
still
checked
hasn't ruled.
today. Mm-hmm.
So
No judgments.
and what they were doing there was to see if this was going to go forward, and then the defense was trying to do an anti-slap motion to try to, which is essentially a law where you're alleging that the lawsuit being brought against you is frivolous in nature. And an anti-slap is like a protection against frivolous lawsuits, where you can basically countersue for higher financial damages than you typically could in a
Mhm.
state that does not have an anti-slap law. And when we talked about this months ago, the example I gave for what those laws are intended to do is like there was a lady that had put a negative Yelp review on a restaurant, and so the restaurant came in and sued her for her Yelp review for defamation. And she ended up winning, but it took tens of thousands of dollars in defense. And when she went to countersue, they only allowed her to sue back for like $10,000. So it's such an unfair advantage that a big corporation could have by bringing a frivolous lawsuit
Right.
against you like that
Right.
they're trying to even the playing field from people just getting bullied around because you give a 1-star review somewhere. I mean, imagine if every time, you can't have that.
Oh, and our son's home, so if you hear him laughing, he's running around laughing.
So that happened, but the judge was, I don't know how long they can take, but she's taken at least a month deciding.
I don't know when the hearing
it's been
was.
several weeks, which, I don't know what that means really, but my feeling on it was the longer it took, the better that probably was for the prosecution, or not the prosecution, but the plaintiffs. Because my thinking was that if the judge thought the whole thing was frivolous
If
and
it was
not
a home
worthwhile,
run for them, yeah.
then the judge would have said, no, we're not letting this go through. This is so ridiculous, I'm going to grant
Right.
your anti-slap. But because it's
Right.
taken a month, and the plaintiffs put out so much evidence that she must be taking it seriously enough to read through it all, because it was a lot of evidence. It was a lot of exhibits, and you just, I'm sure that judge has other cases they've got to tend to. You can't
Right.
just sit and go through it.
I do wish we had been in court, because we heard a bunch of different stories, and that's why we like to go to court, because
Yeah.
we can actually, judge it ourselves and see it with our own eyes. So
Yeah.
the main reason we started going to Betty's court cases is because we were getting very different stories. So
Right, you get a kind of bias in things, and things are left out, or So I wish we could have been there too, but that just wasn't possible. And then of course there was no video in that courtroom,
right. Mhm.
which actually became kind of part of the controversy. There were some pictures supposedly taken by by people
Yeah,
inside.
I kind of read ahead. That might be in there.
Oh, okay, so we'll get to that.
I just
I-
kind
am I
of I
leaving-
scanned ahead. I only got like maybe 12 pages in or something.
Did I set the stage kind of with what we're about to do? Does that?
Yes.
Am I leaving anything out as far as kind of giving context to what's happening here?
Yeah, real me too. always best to be boots on the ground in the courtroom.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just because, but both sides always come out declaring victory. Everybody thinks their attorney's great. Everybody thinks they put up the best argument, and you don't really know what the truth is. And even if you read transcripts, you can't catch tone and things like that. So if you can be there, it's always best.
And I just want to, just say to everybody, let's try to be kind to each other in chat. We do welcome other opinions as long as they're respectful. And we don't want to talk about other creators in chat. So
someone also asked, how come the live stream, the last one, the chat did not come up? When you go back to, because I went back to review it, and I usually follow along with the chat, and it wasn't on there. And someone asked why it wasn't on there, and I'm really not sure because I wasn't.
It's a setting that you can do. Sometimes I remember to click it, sometimes I don't. So it's just that simple.
It wasn't intentional.
No, it's just that simple. Sometimes I remember to click it, and sometimes I don't. So,
and we did get another new member, RKB.
Welcome.
Thanks for becoming a member.
Thank you, RKB.
Thank you for becoming a member. I will do when we take, he'll have to have a break because I think this is, what did we figure? I printed out 243 pages.
It's possible some of it will be redundant and I won't have to read all of it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
CB Canada said, I thought that the judge wouldn't accept AtNight's materials because Lesniak said he wasn't served or something and asked for a continuance, but it was denied. Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know about that.
I do know that this is a new filing, and I do know that, what was it? Several thousand pages of exhibits were provided.
Yeah.
Several thousand.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if we had any answers on that before we started.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I haven't been following this that closely. Just periodically, we'll just kind of go to the website and see if there's any, and then we just kind of hear from people here and there that people have filed a motion or an extension or whatever. So we really, and I don't know that much about civil court this way that to know, what this means. I mean, this, do you have an answer to that question that they had earlier? I don't know.
No, I mean, I don't know anything about that. So,
she said she was referring to it could be it's CB said, I was referring to the court date about a month ago.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing is we've heard so many different stories. Yeah. I don't know what's true. So that's why I was just kind of saying that it's much easier when we just go to the courts and watch it ourselves. Yes. Because you hear everybody has an opinion of the way it went. And, there's three sides to every story. There's one person's side, the other person's side, and the truth. So it's hard to say. I don't know about that. We just heard about the filing, got excited, and decided to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be kind of a surprise to us too.
Right.
I'll tell you something I've been meaning to say, and I have said this in the past on this. I hate this situation for everybody involved.
I do too.
Whether you're the defendant or a plaintiff in it. So I'm gonna just offer my advice that will probably be ignored. If you can negotiate, whatever side you're on with the situation, once you get into a courtroom, you lose all power. You can think you're completely right and justified. But once you get in front of that judge, your thoughts don't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter.
Right.
All that matters at that point is how the judge interprets the law. And that judge might interpret it differently from another judge. Mm-hmm. You can go in there and be a right fighter and think you're going to win. But to me, the smartest play from the beginning, from the very first day they sent cease and desist letters, was try to negotiate your way out of a situation. And in any successful negotiation where there's a contentious element to it, both sides should leave a little bit unhappy. Right.
That's a good point.
So, the further all of this goes, the less leverage you have, because now people now, especially if you're on the defense side, I don't even know if they negotiate anymore now, but they might. but if you can negotiate out, that to me, that is the smart play, to at least give it the attempt. Maybe you can't, and maybe it's too late for that. Once people, invest this kind of time in something, the less likely I think they may be to give you the same negotiation you might have gotten 4 months ago.
Yeah.
A lot, it's going to get more painful the further it goes. Because if I know people think it's fake, it's not real. This would be a tremendous amount. This is front and back, just the motion.
Let's see. I saw. Let's see some comments. I said, Sonia, I'm really sorry about your dog. King Charles dogs actually do have a history of heart defects, but that's why we chose this mix. We're a real popular breed, I think, like in Australia. And I was doing research on one that didn't shed, that was easy to train, and that's why we ended up with our babies. They're great dogs.
Okay, I think am I back here now?
Yes.
Yeah, so that was that was our son. Well, one of the reasons we go a little later than this is he's talkative and active this time of night. So, and
he just had questions.
To him, we're not doing a podcast kind of thing.
We're just on the computer.
Walking in. But I agree with you here, Jules, on what Auntie just read. I think that's actually a difficult position, especially if you're on the defense side of this, because if you do make a deal and negotiate your way out, there's an implication that you might have even been a little in the wrong.
Right.
And
I agree.
And for your own brand, maybe you have to put up a fight to your viewers rather than say, yeah, okay, well, I did work it out. I'm going to delete these videos or not talk about this person or whatever,
Yeah.
I think that's right.
That is part of it for sure.
Michael Edge says YouTube creators should be like real journalists who don't take a side but stay neutral and keep the cases on the real evidence and the victims. That would be ideal.
That would be
ideal.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
we love hearing him. I know he's.
But
Could I tell allegedly innocent that we've been listening to her coverage of the Idaho 4?
We have,
and
yeah.
you've gotten us very interested.
Yeah,
and I don't even know what to think about. Was it the one yesterday with the messages? Oh my stars! Yeah. So I'm excited to
the text messages. We are going to end up doing Coburger, and those are the kind I want to do or I like to do are the ones where I really don't know the answer to things, and I don't know what to make of the Coburger case yet. So I kind of want to. I think we'll do that, and we'll just see because I have a lot of questions about it. So I think it'll be interesting.
Izzy girl will give you lots of prayers for your fur baby. He's having a gallbladder removal.
And Betty's got a good point too. There are different types of journalism. There absolutely are. That's a good point, Betty.
Yeah, I mean, you can do commentary and you can have opinion journalism, and I think it's just more having respect for others and their different opinions.
Right.
But some of them are very, very hard to respect because of their behaviors. And I think that's where you get into, people that are just completely off the wall with, it's hard to respect those people.
Well, when it becomes, when they say, like the phrase they say, going real life, that's happened a good deal. And that's why this has become such a problem is you've got people that won't cover the case. They won't go to vigils. They won't go to searches. You scare people off, with a lot of these things, or try to get them fired from their jobs and things of that nature.
Yes.
Intimidate their children.
Tennessee nurse said ethics. Yes. Ethics.
Yeah. Yeah. Just be professional with one another.
Well, in a lot of cases, subscribers take it upon themselves to do this stuff because of opinions and things as well.
That's and that's where they get into the inciting accusations too. Well, let's just get right into it because I know that's why we're all here. So you want to?
I was just reading allegedly innocent. I swear, I think we need to have her on sometime. I would love to pick her brain about some stuff.
I got very emotionally invested in the case of Suzanne Morphew. It is so hard to stay neutral when you do the deep dives and you see patterns of behavior. I think See, I don't like like neutral. I think at a point you have to go where the evidence takes you. You know,
Right.
go in and try to be fair and open-minded. But if you study a case for a year and you still haven't drawn any conclusions or made any determinations at all, then you've kind of just been spinning your wheels and wasting your time and your audience's time. I think if you're
Right.
doing this, I think we've tried to be as fair as possible to everybody in the Sebastian case. In fact, we've tried to make every excuse possible for the Proudfoots. Try to think of every possible scenario where they don't have any guilt.
Mm-hmm.
And there comes a point where you just have to accept what it is.
Well, I think what we did is we tried to, we started with the easiest people to clear in that case, the easiest people to clear, and we just kind of whittled away at it.
Progressed.
Yeah.
Progressed from there.
So this was filed today. We just heard about this a couple of hours ago. This is in Pennsylvania in Delco County. So this is at the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County. Are you going to pull it up?
I was going to say, do you want me to, or do you, are you concerned
about doxing issues? Because I don't even know if there's addresses in here. I haven't looked through this.
We haven't looked at it enough to know.
First page is fine. When I can, I'm going to refer to people by their YouTube handles rather than their names.
Right.
Partly because just to help people's, they're not anonymous, but to somewhat help with that. And just because we
try
know
to
them
look
more.
ahead, a page ahead, to see if there's anything that you can't show.
Did I send that to you?
There will be people. I just don't know who they are, though. Because I don't know a lot of the. There's just a lot of these folks
do you want to tell
know.
them about what Aunt E just sent us right before we went live?
Sure. Riley Strain's parents are apparently did file lawsuits against several of the fraternity brothers, and not just the. Auntie, correct me if I'm wrong. They're not just suing the fraternity; they are suing specifically members of the fraternity, right?
Yes, they are. Let's see. I can tell you exactly who they're.
We'll have to talk about that for sure.
Yeah. We may do that another day.
It was quite an extensive list of members, and they're basically alleging that the Delta Chi fraternity didn't prevent a dangerous activity by allowing excess drinking. They took a charter bus there. They're saying he was kind of coerced into going, that he had said, no, I'm not going to go. And then they kind of peer pressured him into going. And he did ride the charter bus there. They did shots and stuff on the way there. And they're basically, suing different members of the fraternity as a whole.
So we'll be following that as well.
Yeah,
for sure.
It was 32 individuals in the fraternity, including the president, recruitment chair, and various leaders and brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second. I got to tell him something.
So I thought it's really interesting, and we'll kind of maybe give you a little bit more information on that. But they're basically seeking damage for the medical, funeral, and burial expenses, as well as compensation for his pain and suffering before his death. And they're also requesting additional damages, and letting the court decide what they should receive in damages besides that.
Okay. Well, we'll go into that.
Okay.
Probably at a later live, because we're interested in the Riley Strain.
I know. And Betty said, I'm glad my heart breaks for his remembering his mom. And yes, she was. That was just awful. It was awful. So I'm glad that they're seeking some measures there.
Bullhorn Betty says, I'm glad my heart breaks remembering his mom's pain.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was
terrible. That's how we all kind of think moms should and would act in crisis situations for their kids, right? She was really out there fighting hard, and so that was awful. That was really sad. So you've already pulled it up here.
I did. I was trying to. I've got it. where I downloaded it.
So I'm going to read
I was trying to get that off there, but I don't know
plaintiffs
how.
and defendants here, because I know there's some of you that, you know, if you're new to the case, this is all new to you. Probably don't even know weren't here when we did the first reading of the initial injunction. But so here are the plaintiffs. We have AtNight Media LLC. We have Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Rogers, Tony Mathis, who is his spokesperson, Hong Ji, who is I cannot remember exactly his role. He's an executive. He's got an executive role with that corporation. Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Chase and Crime, Jules the dog handler, and Nick the Hat. And Nick the Hat also works with AtNight. The plaintiffs listed here are Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, and then SF Investigates, who is the at least at one time he was the private investigator for the Proudfoot family. And then Barbecue Lady is a TikToker mostly, and Granny's Watching is primarily found on YouTube. And then they list does 1 through 14 inclusive. So I don't know how this works, but I know a few months ago when they first put in the does, it was does 1 through 50. And so something I've been curious about is, does that mean that 36 or so does got dropped
from
all of this? Did they maybe negotiate behind the scenes, except, certain, I don't know, maybe made a deal like I was suggesting to try to negotiate your way out of the situation, or maybe they just dropped them because for whatever reason, or maybe there's something coming later.
Yes.
I just don't know the answer to that, but it's interesting that number has dropped significantly here.
And that's correct. Mel S was saying SF was not on the original filing. Interesting. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, because he
did a letter. Remember?
He had kind of disappeared from the case for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and then he got back involved late summer or fall or so. Yeah, so I think you're right. I don't think he was on here initially. Oh yeah, he sent a letter into the court, didn't
Right.
he? Something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then basically volunteered to be part of it.
Ocean says more are coming. So Ocean says more coming.
More coming.
So
yeah, so it might be in different states. There might be more coming in Pennsylvania, I guess.
I have.
I don't know if they're going to try to file things where some of these people live. I just don't, I just don't know how that will work. But I guess we'll find out.
I've gone through about the first 14 pages, and I don't see any doxing information at all.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, so we'll do our best to.
We'll be careful
to avoid anything that might pop up. So what this says,
and of course their real names are already out there too, but he's going to still call them by their YouTube names or TikTok names.
I'm going to try to anyhow. Mm-hmm. So this is a notice of emergency hearing, and it says, and now this day of blank. And my understanding is that this is the court will fill that in when they sign these documents.
I think so. Yeah.
The clerks or whatever. Upon consideration of the exigent circumstances set forth in the motion to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing in an emergency hearing is scheduled for, and then they will schedule that date. I've saw from Hong, he's anticipating on X that he thinks that'll be in a week or two.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead of you.
He had posted about this earlier, and that'll be in Delaware County in Pennsylvania.
And now,
did I read?
No, you did. No, you're right. You're right.
Okay, so this is the next page. This is the second.
Yeah, I did them. I didn't want to use 200 and some odd pages, so I did them back to back. So he's going to get confused, I bet.
Oh yeah, they're not numbered, are they?
No.
So I'll have to really keep track. All right, so let's see.
You may as well have stacked from side to side.
Okay, so this is what they are requesting. The defendants, pending further order of this court, defendants, respondents, and any persons acting in concert with them are hereby permanently enjoined from. So, okay, so and now this day of blank. So I guess whenever they sign this, it could have been today, or maybe it'll be Monday or beyond. Upon consideration of plaintiff's emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing, and for good cause shown, it is hereby ordered and decreed as follows. Pending further order of this court, the defendants, respondents, and any persons acting in concert with them are hereby permanently enjoined from. So would we say that if the court signs that today, that this all goes into effect now, or will they do this at the hearing in 2 weeks? I don't know. Okay, well, at least we'll see what they're
Betty knows a
requesting.
lot about the law. Maybe we should have Betty help us answer that, because
So let's see what they are asking for. Their number one is recording, photographing, live streaming, or disseminating images, audio, or transcripts from the February 18th, 2025 hearing or any future court proceedings except as expressly authorized by the court. So that's the one we were talking about earlier, where Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching were trying to enact a anti-slap lawsuit to the injunction there, and we still don't have a. So they're saying any more pictures, live streaming, photographs from that hearing, they're not allowed to use. Okay, so number two, doxing, threatening, or publicly exposing the identities or personal information of any attendees, witnesses, court personnel, or other parties involved in these proceedings. Okay, so I guess that's still relating to that was held on the 18th of February. Number three, engaging in or facilitating any live stream, social media broadcasts, or other public discussions, whether for profit or otherwise, that reference those proceedings unless expressly authorized by this court. Okay, so essentially a form of a gag order on whatever happened in court that day. Number four, encouraging, organizing, or participating in any press conferences, public events, discussion panels, or media appearances concerning this litigation or as participants in a matter intended to influence public perception or interfere with judicial proceedings.
He's on like number 4.
Oh, sorry.
am.
I'm trying to keep up with chat, and people are messaging me, because everybody messages me when if I could have the entire day quiet, and then as soon as we turn on live, I get messaged. So
Yeah, and if anything seems unclear, Auntie, in the chat or whatever, just stop me. Or if
Okay.
if you want to talk about any of these, just stop me. Nothing in this order shall be construed to prohibit any individual from discussing, commenting on, or engaging in conversations regarding the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, provided these discussions do not reference or interfere with these judicial proceedings. Yeah, so this is reading so far very different from the injunction. This is really about that hearing, isn't it? However, all parties and affiliated persons are strictly prohibited from using these discussions as a pretext to harass, intimidate, or otherwise prejudice the administration of justice.
which one are you on?
That was number 6.
Okay.
He's number 6.
Number 7, within 5 business days of the entry of this order, defendants respondents shall remove, delete, and permanently erase all live streams, photos, videos, and other material shared and disseminated from within the courthouse to the best of their ability, including by reaching out to third parties demonstrating good cause for removal. So even if they shared pictures or whatever to other YouTubers, they need to at least give a good faith effort. Additionally, defendants respondents shall remove any and all live streams and content solely discussing court proceedings from February 18th onward. This shall also include the removal of any discussions or content dedicated to raising funds to prolong litigation wherein plaintiffs seek no monetary damages and solely an injunction until proceedings conclude. Yeah, and that's the weakest part of that anti-slap motion they were trying to file, is that they weren't seeking damages. That's why I would be very surprised if that anti-slap were successful, because it's really meant to prevent, those laws are really meant to prevent people from frivolous lawsuits seeking, huge financial gain, and they weren't seeking those. So that, of course, like I said, once you get in front of a judge, you never know what'll happen, but It would surprise me. Defendants respondents shall certify in writing to this court that they have fully complied with the deletion and removal requirements outlined herein, and that they have not retained any copies, backups, or alternative distributions of such content. Any failure to comply with this provision shall be considered a violation of this order and punishable as contempt of court. Any violation of this order shall be punishable as contempt of court, subject to appropriate sanctions as determined by the court, which may include monetary penalties, suspension of online platforms, or other equitable relief. This protective order shall remain in effect until the court issues a ruling on the pending preliminary injunction or until further order of the court. The court reserves the right to grant any other relief deemed just and necessary under these circumstances. Okay. So that of course has to do with these various pictures that came out and accusations of live streaming and updating in real time court proceedings, right? Things of that nature.
Auntie's in chat. What are you talking about? Cash rocks.
So, Show Poodle said Cash was in Nashville today.
Oh man, that would have been cool.
Someone
That
was
would have
asking.
been very cool. But I'm not in Nashville, so dang it.
Someone asked, have all parties erased the hearing lives and videos? I don't know.
And
But
then
it looks like they have 5 days from the date that this is signed.
and then Karma says
it's
the
signed.
court wouldn't make someone take down their YouTube channel, would they? I don't know.
I don't know if those can be.
This is kind of it's fascinating to me. It'll probably set some type of precedence, honestly.
On the injunction, my understanding was that that the plaintiffs make a request, and they listed their I think it was 10 items, 9 or 10 items or something of what they wanted, and it had to do with deleting certain videos, not talking about the plaintiffs any further, things of that nature. But the judge could take that list and they could either say, you know what, this is too far. I'm going to enforce 5 of these, or they could even decide, I'm going to go further than the request and hammer them further if the judge has all that power. This is just the request from the plaintiffs, right? That's the way I understood that.
Kim French says, I wish you guys would have a call-in show soon. Love them.
We originally were thinking we would do that.
I had it all set up to do it. I have to remember how to do it, but I did have it all set up to do that. And then we were like, I don't know.
It would be fun to do it on certain topics.
Well, I do know that we're going to have a members only live stream, and we're going to allow our members to come up and talk. So I do know that's going to happen soon. We're going to call it, it's going to be at least monthly, called the Dog Pound. So I actually have it scheduled for tomorrow, but since this happened, that's not happening because we might be reading this until tomorrow.
Okay, so this was interesting. For Criming Out Loud said there was a big true crime YouTuber who was court ordered to take down her channel last year. Many of you know who she is. She's now back on YouTube under a different name.
I did not know that.
I did not know this story.
Me either. That's interesting.
We are still relatively new to YouTube.
We are. And Julie said, I bet SF appeals and acts like his own attorney, acts as his own attorney. I do believe that he is doing it pro se, correct?
My understanding is so far he has, yeah.
And while you were talking, and thank you, Julie, and for the super chat, we appreciate that.
Yes,
I did forget to put this up. Our wonderful Lisa B always says, the E's are looking great as usual. Thank you for everything. Well, we appreciate you. And thank you for being a member for 6 months. And E, somebody was here the other night. They were a member for 8 months. Or maybe it was
K-Mac.
No, was it K-Mac or Dreaming of Blue Skies?
Too.
Oh, wow.
And I said, I didn't even think we had a channel that long. So.
We're almost, we're just 2 months from a year.
And Brenda Calvert says, member for 1 month. Thanks for breaking this down for us. Well,
thank you, Brenda.
We appreciate you being here.
So
and thank you for being a member.
That is the end of that part. The next section here is, it's all the same.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it would have to do with all social media, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's certain channels. They may say
no, I think it's all social media.
Yeah, it would include everything they.
Yeah.
The way the injunction was reading, it was all social media that not specific to any particular platform.
Because that's a way to circumvent that.
So this next section is called Emergency Motion for Protective Order and to Enjoin Unauthorized Recording, Broadcasting, and Doxing.
Hold on.
I was going to say, is this a new page?
The Real Me Too has been a member for 9 months.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, we appreciate you so much. And you are a wonderful friend and person. And we are blessed to have you in our life. Oh my gosh, Susan Smith too?
Oh,
I didn't realize we'd even been around this long, guys.
Yeah, we're at 10 months now.
And Susan Smith is a lovely person as well. We got to meet her at the vigil. Lovely person.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for being members for 9 months. It means the world to us. We appreciate it. Sorry,
And you're not on what he's covering.
Do you want me to send it to you so you can do it?
Just go to the next
No.
page.
Okay.
Go to the next page.
All right, sis. All right. So this one?
Yeah, but you could go down a little further because no reason to read all the names again. Right there is good.
Okay.
Well,
So this is seeking a
Butterfly Kisses 8 months. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Thank you, Butterfly Kisses.
they are seeking either a protective order and or preliminary injunction as warranted against all the defendants. And this is the meat of the motion here. This looks like this is the next 200 or whatever pages it becomes. So part one here, plaintiffs so we know all the plaintiffs. I'm not going to read all that again. By and through their undersigned counsel, filed this emergency petition for injunctive and other equitable relief pursuant to RCP 1531 special injunctions, 18 PA-CS, unlawful use of an audio or video device in court, and Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910 seeking immediate judicial intervention to prohibit defendants from engaging in unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and dissemination of courtroom proceedings. On February 18th, 2025, the defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, along with individuals aligned with them, willfully violated Pennsylvania law and Delaware County Court rules by recording, transmitting, and publicly disseminating court proceedings from a hearing before this honorable court. These actions resulted in widespread online publication of plaintiffs' personal information, harassment, and intimidation, jeopardizing the integrity of judicial proceedings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about with the pictures that were coming out.
I see.
And all that.
I see.
Pennsylvania law unequivocally prohibits the unauthorized recording, transmission, or dissemination of court proceedings. Makes it a misdemeanor offense to use or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast any photograph, video, or audio of a court proceeding without judicial approval. Yeah, we kind of looked into that later, and that appears to be true. Like even in the hallways and stuff, like you can't anywhere in the courthouse. You're not supposed to do that. Additionally, PA-RGJA 1910 mandates that judges shall prohibit broadcasting, televising, recording, or taking photographs in the courtroom and areas immediately adjacent thereto. Number 4, defendants' conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with the administration of justice. Further, their actions led to the unauthorized publication of court materials on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and X, exposing plaintiffs and others to targeted harassment and threats. This court has the inherent authority to maintain decorum and enforce compliance with judicial directives. Pennsylvania courts have repeatedly upheld contempt, sanctions, injunctive relief, and criminal penalties against individuals who violate prohibitions on courtroom recordings, including and then they cite a case there, and Commonwealth versus Leshinsky. Pursuant to Delaware County Rule 208.3b, which authorizes expedited court intervention in cases where immediate action is necessary to prevent irreparable harm, plaintiffs seek emergency injunctive relief. Plaintiffs further request an order directing the removal of unauthorized online recordings and real-time court updates disseminated by defendants. Without immediate intervention by this court, plaintiffs and other individuals involved in these court proceedings face continued exposure to real-time doxing, harassment, and privacy violations. Further, the failure to enforce Pennsylvania statutory protections and judicial administration rules undermines judicial integrity and emboldens similar misconduct in future court proceedings. For the reasons, you have something for me? Not yet. For the reasons set forth below, plaintiffs respectfully request that this court issue an immediate injunction and grant all additional relief necessary to protect the integrity of these proceedings. On October 18th, plaintiffs filed their initial complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief against defendants Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, SF Investigates, and Does 1 through 14, alleging a coordinated campaign of defamation, harassment, and obstruction targeting plaintiffs' efforts to locate Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So that's the, when you hear people talk about the civil RICO suit, that's the one they're talking about. Since the case's inception, defendants have escalated the misconduct, engaging in unauthorized recordings, dissemination of defamatory content, and doxing. Due to the ongoing and increasing nature of these actions, plaintiffs filed a motion for leave to amend the complaint on November 6, 2024. From February 18th to present day, defendant aligned Doe, Queen Bee, joined by various panel guests and associates, and including but not limited to defendant Granny's Watching, Barbecue Lady, SF Investigates, and various Does, significantly amplified their series of YouTube and TikTok live streams and posts during which they ridiculed and distorted details of a court hearing, directing their remarks at the plaintiffs involved in the case. On February 18th, 2025.
Oh, sorry. Can you? I've got to step away for a minute.
Yeah, I'll scroll.
Okay.
Are we okay? Nothing bad. Okay.
I get it. Wait, is BHB still in here?
I don't know.
BHB, are you still in here? Let me see. It's going so slow.
Yeah. Can you pull that back up so I can scroll? When
Oh, sorry.
Because I won't be able to scroll, right?
I wanted to. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. On February 18th, this court held a hearing at the Delaware County Courthouse, Media, Pennsylvania, to address an anti-slap motion filed by defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching. Okay, this is that page. Number 14. Prior to and immediately following the hearing, defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching filmed inside the courthouse without authorization, capturing plaintiffs, their counsel, and court personnel. This footage was broadcast live on YouTube during the proceedings and replayed multiple times, accompanied by defamatory statements and personal information, further exposing plaintiffs to harassment and safety risks. Defendants' actions violate Pennsylvania law, court rules, and prior judicial directives, warranting immediate injunctive relief to prevent further irreparable harm. Okay, so it's pretty clear kind of what they're alleging there. It just has to do with the pictures and video. I don't know if I've seen video from inside, but I know I saw some pictures taken. Number 17 at 12:15, responded to the courtroom during two occasions, sometime between 12:15 and 1:15 p.m. Both and defendant aligned Doe J for Justice covered the February 18th live on their respective platforms. A second YouTube live stream hosted by defendant Doe J for Justice allegedly contained, despite these court-ordered precautions, unauthorized images and footage of the proceedings surfaced online within minutes of the hearing's conclusion. Oh, okay. So this was immediate events necessitating emergency relief. So part B is pattern of conduct post February 18th hearing. On February 18th, defendant Barbecue Lady's anti-slap motion, later joined by Granny's Watching, was addressed in a hearing before the Honorable Court at the Delaware County Courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania. Plaintiffs and their counsel attended the proceedings. On January 18th, 2025, the defendant aligned Doe, Queen Bee, hosted a 6-hour YouTube live stream covering the court hearing, utilizing a makeshift press pool arranged by the defense without court approval. A press pool. Okay, so I'm not sure what this is. So, barbecue's supposed to come up. Oh, I guess this is quotes from the stream. Barbecue's supposed to come up here and talk to us, keep us updated. I got somebody else up there too that was going to keep us updated if she didn't have a chance to. So it'll all work out either way. We'll get some updates. That's too bad. They said Nick looks sick like that. S. Stress, drugs, life, parole. I mean, S. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he did get violated for 100%, but through the grapevine, yes, it was alleged that they did put in a violate his parole. I'm not sure if he got violated or not. I'm not sure if it went through, but it was put in. I do know that for sure. I mean, his stuff is open just like everybody. I mean, if one person's fair game, everybody's fair game, right? I think she's a disgrace to use her service with this missing child and with this, and then wearing in her military today. I think that's disgraceful. I think she uses her service in the military to shield herself from criticism. I don't thank her. Why win Rico now? I'm all excited. Okay.
Can you scroll?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it was just that last sentence.
Yeah, and they're referring to Jules, the dog handler, who was wearing her
I was
military
I was
uniform.
wondering if that's who it was.
Yeah, she. Yeah. All right. So now we're on 21. On February 19th, 2025, the defendant Align Doe Queen Bee hosted a live stream titled Court Recap for Rico, Little Skid Row Shows Out, and Hong Goes Full Clown on X, lasting over 7 hours, focusing on the previous day's court hearing. Hong's going to F your lawsuit up anyways, or you're effing fake Rico BS. And I'm glad that Granny's attorney brought my name up there for the BS. Right. Writing effing racist emails with racist rhetoric. Effing team of criminals, team of effing frauds, in my opinion. All right. Let's listen to this. AtNight, not intelligence agency. That Hong Nick not going on. They keep claiming they got death threats and this, that, and the other. They're trying to run a narrative. They're trying to run a narrative that they're getting death threats. That all this is just, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, this is their little BS to try and prove that they're receiving death threats. Get the F out of here with that BS. Out of context, a video crybaby B.
Okay, scroll.
All right. All right, let's see. So on February 19th, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted an additional YouTube live stream targeting the plaintiffs and their legal proceedings. On February 20th, 2025, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted a YouTube live stream continuing to target plaintiffs and discourage participation in legal proceedings. On February 21st, Queen Bee hosted a YouTube live stream using intimidation tactics against plaintiffs and others involved in the legal proceedings. On February 19th, defendant Aligned Doe Queen Bee hosted another YouTube live stream titled Court Recap for Rico, Little Skid Row Shouts Out, and Hong Goes Full Clown on X. On February 19th, February 20th, 21st, and 22nd, Queen Bee hosted additional live streams designed to intimidate and discourage participation in legal proceedings. Okay, so part 3 of conduct leading to the February 18th courtroom photography.
Okay, I've lost you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So we're at part 3 there. Anything to add on any of that? I mean, I don't know what there is to say. It's kind of what it is.
It is what it is.
Part 3, pattern of conduct leading to the February 18th courtroom photography. So on September 4th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream further focusing on tracking and intimidating individuals related to the legal proceedings. September 4th, Granny's Watching hosted so this is last year, September 4th, hosted a YouTube live stream ridiculing plaintiffs and spreading false claims about their credibility. All right. Okay, so part A here. So we get this article, and the first thing I see is like, wait, there's something really freaking weird about this, right? And I'm reading it, and I'm sure the same way you all did. And it's AtNight Private Intelligence Agency and Dog the Bounty Hunter amplified the reward to 100,000. And I'm like, well, geez, 6 months later, but never right. Better now than on September 4th. And it says for immediate release. And I'm like, well, who's this company? Okay. On September 6th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she criticized the plaintiff's motivation and monetization practices. You don't care about clicks or any of that. Why are you monetized? I love when people say that I don't care about clicks. I don't care about money. Then turn off your ad revenue. Why did you monetize your channel and keep it 100? You don't monetize your channel. You don't care about the money. That's BS, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't collect it. Why couldn't Tony do this? Why did they need Dog to do it? You couldn't do this without Tony. I mean, without Dog. Tony and Seth are the ones that had the ability to get involved, get News Nation involved. Matter of fact, he was just on Vinnie Politan not too long ago. Looks like S on his upper lip. Okay, number 30 here.
And thank you, Nina, for the super sticker.
Thank you, Nina. We appreciate that. Anything else anything going on in the chat or any comments about anything?
No,
that
not
you wanna-
really. I think, no, I mean, I don't see anything big. Just some people that I guess also was kind of were following it, but no, nothing big.
Okay. Yeah, just stop me if there is, because I can't really see the chat while I'm doing it. Especially if something's not clear, On September 7th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream minimizing the plaintiff's professional credentials and threatening to release personal records. Yeah, and I'm not going to, I mean, I guess I've been skipping this, but they do have these listed as exhibits. So I'm assuming they've got either thumbnails
Documentation
or
or
print, that they're going to submit with all this. On September 9th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream and made statements mocking and misrepresenting the plaintiffs, particularly targeting the search effort and individuals associated with it. On September 10th, Barbecue Lady and Jay for Justice engaged in a YouTube live stream discussing strategies to discredit Seth Rogers and other plaintiffs, alleging furthering their campaign of defamation. Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and Jay for Justice attacked former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer with mockery and insults. And then some examples here. And also, I think they're a distraction. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if basically behind the scenes, Mr. Seth Rogers or Tony is talking to these people and saying, hey, can you act that no one pays attention to overhear what's going on over here? What's the truth? That's basically a distraction. Okay. I don't know what that means. B, you a-hole, F-face, because two people in your effed up chat for demanded. One of them was on Facebook. Now shut the F up. Okay. Take that back to your B. Thank you. Stop lying and keep people's names out of your FA mouth. Yeah. Before I got your address, B. Stop eating and stop eating just to Lisa.
and scroll.
And stop
Sorry.
lying.
Oh, you made my
sorry.
computer go crazy. Okay.
Okay. No, she showed all over the place that she's even had money in her mouth. Okay, I don't know what that means either. January 1st, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and defendant UA Crimson Tide defendant SF investigates while discussing Seth Rogers' background and actions. Another exhibit here, but these are, I guess you're giving some examples or highlights from those exhibits, right? Well, y'all are mad that we went over his resume. Well, if you want to talk about him being a hard worker, most of his job was being the caretaker or a security consultant for Sebastian. That's to UA Crimson. Well, not only that, but the fact that he just went back to work right before Sebastian disappeared, he was on disability before. Exactly, and they didn't want to admit that. I don't know. They have a problem with the truth. I'm sorry. Seth don't like the truth, so I like the truth personally. Well, this wasn't with SF, is what I'm hearing people are asking. SF had absolutely nothing to do with this. Okay. Then on January 6th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and panelists Cluminati and Cletus mocked individuals associated with the litigation, focusing on personal relationships and roles. She raised two autistic kids, sure, but then exploited them in her role shamelessly. What are you even saying? She acts like she's exceptional. Should we respect her for this? Talking to journalists, she should focus on her book or her stepkids instead of attacking this family and contacting reporters.
Who is she specifically referring to?
Yeah, that's probably Julie Skolnick.
Okay.
Because they talk about two stepchildren with autism.
Okay.
I don't know that it actually
could
said
it be Brittany? Jay?
that. I don't know. I don't think it's, I don't know. Well, are her does she have stepchildren?
Oh, it said step.
yes.
Then no. It's Julie then.
On January 7th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream in which she discussed plaintiffs and their legal team. On January 14th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she discussed legal filings and plaintiffs' attorneys. On January 15th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream in which she discussed legal proceedings and court filings. On January 19th, defendant Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she discussed involving minors in legal proceedings.
I'm going to have to leave to pick up a child shortly, too.
Okay. Is there anything you want to relate to me before I go? Because we're getting a million texts.
We are getting a million texts, but we have had some very nice people who have given us super stickers and super chats that you might want to just acknowledge real quick.
Oh, sure. Let's see. What
We did Nina last.
I just ended page 12. So you go ahead and do it if you like. And then I'll take a sip of water.
And then I didn't get to look at Nina's. I love her stickers. She does the cutest.
I'll show. I'll see if I can.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, the lab is here.
Hello, the lab.
Hello, lab.
There's Nina's super sticker. Thank you, Nina. And then thank you, Julie, for our super chat. She said, I'd love to see Judge's face listening to a Queen Bee live. Yeah, wouldn't we all love to see the Judge's face when you listen to that garbage?
I'm like embarrassed reading it.
It is. I mean, you have to, I mean, it's like you have to say initials, F, A, B.
I know.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Man.
No kidding.
I mean,
and then Kelsey said, hello, ease, mods, and subs. I feel like Evan idiot been busy this week. I have no idea what's going on. Love you all and miss BHB.
Aw, that's sweet. And then Lisa did a mad sticker. Thank you, Lisa. That's cute.
Thank you, Lisa.
So thank you, Julie.
And then Kelsey did another one.
She did. She did too.
Oh, she did. Oh, she did too.
She had a question about who was against who. But you don't ask any questions you like. It is actually the plaintiffs have changed somewhat. And the defendants from the first RICO. It is now AtNight, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Hong Ji, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Chase and Crime, Jules the Dog Handler, and Nick the Hat. And it is now against Granny's Watching, SF Investigates, Barbecue Lady, and then 14 does. But I don't know. I don't think we've really had like a list of the does yet. I don't know if that's going to happen later. Although they've kind of implied a few times who's
they've identified a few.
Yeah.
Josh makes me laugh.
Usually she's so well spoken. We're just
Oh,
and
sorry.
thank you, Lisa Lamonda, for your super sticker.
Yes, that she did a mad face, and then Nina did one with the sunglasses.
Oh, gotcha.
All
Okay,
super
great.
cute. All
Great.
super cute.
Great.
So this was filed today. And the beginning of this had related to the February 18th hearing that they had where they were listening to the anti-slap motion, which is still no decision made.
What is that noise?
And that's been a month ago.
Oh,
It's
it's a dog.
And then they're also seeking it looks like an emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. So and that's the bulk of it.
And Jules says that Mr. E that they're identified throughout the document, the does.
Oh, there. I think they referred to J for Justice as one of the does earlier.
And they did SF as well. I think.
Yeah, he's actually just named.
No, there was another one though. What was the one? Oh, Cluminati and Cletus.
Queen Bee.
And Cluminati and Cletus, yes.
So that's
Hi,
at least
Mischief.
4 of them.
Welcome in.
It appears. But there was it did have 50 does originally, and then Uncle Taco and his wife were on here originally. And I don't know if anybody else has dropped or added.
I have the original printed out.
I think that's it. I think that's the only difference. But
let's see. And Julie said, "Oh, whoops! The dogs are just going nuts for some reason. I think they got to go potty." Julie was asking if you could read that part about her sons again.
Sure. So it's Exhibit 14, Julie, and it's let's see what date it was.
Yeah, it's
this would be Granny's Watching from January 6th. Yeah. And they have 2 quotes from it. The first one is from Granny's Watching herself. Actually, both of these are her. She raised 2 autistic kids, sure, but then exploited them and her role shamelessly. What are you even saying? She acts like she's exceptional. Should we respect her for this? And then the second quote is, talking to journalists, she should focus on her book or her stepkids instead of attacking this family and contacting reporters. I know.
And welcome, Robin. Robin became a new member. We appreciate you. Yeah, it looks like Yada was asking, wait, Taco and his wife have been removed. It looks like it. Mm-hmm.
I don't see, at least they're not on this. I don't know if that means anything as far as the original goes or not, because
They're
they're
just
not
not
on
on
this.
this one.
They're not on this one. Yeah.
I don't know why.
And Robin, thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate you. And on that note, I'm going to have to go pick up a child. So
Okay.
you guys are going to have to
I
take over.
I think we got it.
Okay. So I had scrolled back up a little bit for.
If you need me, I'll try to pay attention to my
And
phone somewhat.
and Auntie, could you talk to chat for a second? I do need to tell him something privately.
Sure. And Detective Whisker says, I only watch channels that use their brain, not their vulgar swill. I agree. I don't give them any of my time. So that's why we don't know a lot of the things they say, because we just don't give them our time. That's just kind of the way we do things. And we'll do the songs. And as soon as Mrs. E gets back, we'll do kind of a break and do the songs for those of you that have done the super chats or super stickers or become a new member. We'll do that as soon as she gets back, where she's going to go pick up one of the kids is not far. She'll be right back.
What is the question?
There wasn't songs. I told him you would do them when we got back, when we kind of take a break here in a minute when you get back and do the songs.
Oh, who wanted a song?
Well, do one before you go. Which one are we do? Are we do one of the?
I mean, we got super chats and super stickers, and I mean,
go ahead and do a super chat before you go.
I wish we could do the songs. I'm looking for it. I can't see it right now.
You have to go to media assets.
No, not me.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do the same thing I can do.
Where do I go?
Over to the right. We're under. You see comments. Remember, we went through this one day.
Oh yeah.
So you can do them.
Okay.
You don't have to wait for me. They should be labeled accordingly.
I do see no. So does it mute us automatically when I start it?
Yes, you just start it and you wait till it's over and then you come back. It
Okay.
does everything for you. Okay.
All right.
But I am going to go get a child. So you all handle it however you want.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do the super chat since we had some super chats, and we'll do.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
And thank you to everyone that did the super chats there. And thank you, Auntie, for running the board.
Hey, I
there.
didn't know. I forgot. She told me the other day and showed me how to do it.
Yeah.
And where they're located, so I can do it now. I forgot about that.
I'm right here. Hold on.
Oh, and guess
don't
what?
know.
I have control of the machete.
Yes, you can come.
I don't know where you're.
Hold on, just
document.
chill out. They're not there anywhere.
And I'll do the super sticker one since we had some super stickers.
Thank you for your super sticker. 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 Thank you for your super sticker.
So that covers all of our super chats and super stickers. Thank
Very
you,
good.
everyone, for doing that for us.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me scroll up here. All right. And number 40. On January 23rd, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube live stream during which she read email communications related to the court process to her audience. She generated revenue from this activity through super chats, which are viewer tips. On January 28th, Granny's Watching hosted a monetized YouTube channel or live stream during which she essentially sold her regular updates on the instant matter to her audience through viewer contributions. On January 30th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream in which she made statements about deposing the medical records of plaintiff's children and commented on plaintiff's legal claims. So it says, if we decide to, we can absolutely depose the medical records of her children and all that to prove that they faced any harm from this. They can't meet their predicate acts for RICO. When you make a YouTube channel, you are standing on a stage. If you don't like the tomatoes being thrown, step off the public stage. All right. On February 3rd, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream entitled An Organized Effort to Deceive Public Perception, Shadows Apps, and Unscrupulous YouTubers. Why? During the broadcast, she accused plaintiffs AtNight, Rogers, Mathis, and Nick the Hat of operating a social media cleanup crew to manipulate public perception, as referenced in transcript pages, which is Exhibit 24. In this live stream, defendant Granny's Watching asserts that plaintiffs did it for Sylvester Stallone and did it for Bill Cosby, adding they're a social media cleanup crew. Granny's Watching further alleges manipulative media practices by questioning plaintiff Rogers' involvement with an interview pulled by Nancy Grace. Why would Nancy Grace pull her interview? Did it come down because Nancy Grace fell for actual manufactured drama? They did a good campaign, but it won't last long because when their litigation falls, you're going to have to question the intelligence. Who needs PR? Who needs a cleanup crew? What these outrageous non-factual building fiction BS when their child's missing? On February 5th, Granny's Watching hosted another live stream titled Request for Admissions. First up, Nick the Hat and Seth Rogers, Intelligence Agency. And then it gives all the page numbers there, which allege to demonstrate ongoing harassment, defamation, direct threats, and witness intimidation, along with potential wire fraud through soliciting funds exchange for sharing legal filings. Since this has come up, so the wire frauds and things like that. One thing I think there's just been kind of a general misconception about this whole RICO filing in general as a civil suit is that it may or may not ever become criminal. You can file a civil RICO case, right? And it's happened before. Whether or not a prosecutor ever picks it up and decides to take that evidence and prosecute, that's out of everybody's control other than the prosecutors, right? But I can harassment, defamation, things of that nature.
There's just a lot. There's a lot of exhibits. There's a lot of evidence. And the more evidence, I would think, would weigh heavy on that fact.
Well, I think what I was going to say, yeah, I mean, this is all new. This wasn't even in the original.
Right.
Very little of this I recall reading from the last time. So they're producing even more. But what I think, what the kind of stuff that gets the feds and prosecutors interested are the ideas of fraud, wire fraud, fake charities, and things of that nature. And that's been some of the allegations made throughout here. So I think if there's any actual meat to any of those claims, that's the kind of stuff. They may not care as much about harassment and cyberbullying, but our government loves to crack down on fraud and money that they think they should get. That's the kind of stuff that they go after. So if they think there's actually anything to that, and which we don't know. Anyway, that's just my thinking. When I see them talking about these fake charities, wire fraud, things like that, that's the kind of stuff that I think prosecutors get excited about.
And Robin gave us the super chat. She said, it was great meeting both you guys at the vigil.
Thank you, Robin. It was good meeting you too. That was one of the great things about the vigil for sure, was getting to meet everybody, put a name to the face and all that, yes. And we met. I wish you could have done that, Auntie.
I know, me too.
You would have loved it.
I know, I would have loved it. I would have loved getting to meet people. And maybe we can do a meet and greet someday.
Oh, I see what they're saying here. So they're saying they're soliciting funds in exchange for sharing the legal filings. So like quote A here. So set a goal for today, even if it's $1, $5, or $50, like Sasha did, it counts. And if we meet the goal, we will read Brittany J's admissions. If the
Ah,
respondent party does not respond, the matter is automatically admitted. Certain entities will be looking forward to a thorough examination of Seth Rogers because of this frivolous action. All right, so
huh.
March 15th.
Why did they mention Riley Strain's mom in number 47?
I don't know.
That's odd.
So March 15th and March 23rd, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson and Doe, I don't know who that is. Rebecca
Rebecca
81
81.
USA.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Posted on X regarding Riley Strain's mother. See Exhibit 37. I mean, I know UA Crimson was involved in that. Between
There's
March,
another one. Yeah.
but I don't know who that Rebecca person is. Between March 29th and 31st, defendant aligned UA Crimson posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. Between March 29th and March 31st, UA Crimson posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. Defendant tweeted to Doe Derek L stating, I've been watching you since Big Brother and I'm watching your podcast, but I want to share something with you to dig a little deeper into this case. Please DM me. Doe Derek L? Do we know who Derek L is?
No. No, I don't.
I don't know that one. If anybody in the chat knows if they have another handle that we might recognize, but it might be a TikTok person. Anyway, maybe you guys know who it is. I don't know who that is. But I guess they were on Big Brother, whoever they're talking about.
I guess so.
On April 8th and April 24th, UA Crimson posted on X regarding an individual associated with a high-profile case and Nate Oates. On April 24th, defendant aligned UA Crimson posted an image suggesting that an individual associated with defendants in a high-profile case always looks good and has a shady background. Between April 29th and 30th, Scott Mangus and defendant aligned UA Crimson engaged in a Twitter exchange regarding the responsiveness of user @BonnieJet. Between April 25th and 28th, UA Crimson engaged in Twitter activity involving defensive posturing, potential alias concerns, and an intimidation attempt.
Derek was the winner of Big Brother.
Oh, okay.
He was the winner.
We watched a lot of the early seasons.
Somebody
He's
said,
one of the old-
is Rebecca Queen Bee for the X post?
I would guess not, because they had a different handle for Queen Bee. It's like Queen Bee with a bunch of numbers.
On X.
I don't know about X though.
Yeah, that was an X
Maybe.
post.
I'm not sure.
Oh, scroll, please.
Oh, sorry. I think this is about where we are. Defendant aligned UA Crimson engaged in Twitter activity involving defensive posturing, potential alias concerns, and an intimidation attempt. And then here's the
Real Me Too
Scott
says yes.
Mangus.
Rebecca is Queen Bee.
Oh, okay. So that's her X account. Scott Mangus questioned defendant aligned UA Crimson's need for an attorney and warned against threats, stating, "Why would I need an attorney? I'm asking questions just like you were asking the police chief. Also, don't threaten me. It's the last thing you want to do." Okay. Between May 10th and 14th, defendant aligned UA Crimson and defendant SF Investigates engaged in Twitter X activity related to the Riley Strain case. Yeah, that's right, because he's the
one that did that independent investigation report.
right. So he had some.
I
involvement
actually
in that.
read that whole thing.
You read his?
Uh-huh.
SF Investigates.
Uh-huh.
On May 10th, 2024, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson reposted defendant SF Investigate statements regarding the Riley Strain investigation. On the same day, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson also reposted defendant SF Investigates tweet asserting that the family approved an investigation parallel to law enforcement efforts. On May 13th through 14th, defendant aligned UA Crimson amplified defendant SF statements by tagging journalists and urging engagement. On May 14th, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson stated he actually coming for Riley Strain. On May 10th, 2024, defendant aligned Doe UA Crimson posted defendant SF statements on Twitter regarding the Riley Strain investigation. On June 2nd, Defendant aligned Doe, UA Crimson, sent a direct message on Twitter requesting a private conversation with user no info needed 707. Don't know who that one is either. Between May 10th and May 14th, defendant aligned Doe, UA Crimson, and defendant SF Investigates engaged in Twitter activity related to the Riley Strain case. On or about February 7th, 2025, defendant Granny's Watching broadcast a YouTube live stream containing defamatory and harassing statements against plaintiffs Jackson, Nick the Hat, AtNight Media LLC, and Rogers. She also stated that her lawyer put his foot on Castor's neck. Okay, and then the quotes from that exhibit 27 are
Good grief.
Granny's Watching falsely attributed a statement to plaintiff Jackson about opposing counsel, saying at this time, Mark, they literally said that he is a back alley attorney and he's not happy about them saying that.
I'm lost. Where are you?
I'm on. I just read A.
Okay. I missed it. Okay.
So they're just saying this is a false quote that they said.
I was looking at the bottom. I was like, that's not what I'm reading. Go ahead. Sorry.
Defendant Granny's Watching mocked the plaintiff's legal filing, saying, "My attorney at one point said this is just absolute dribble, that I can't even dumb myself down enough to know how to respond to this. And oh, am I? It's funny because my attorney's the one that came and put his foot on Castor's neck, isn't he? My attorney's the one that currently has your spokesman silent as a fart in the wind." Granny's Watching encouraged retaliation and mocked plaintiff's RICO claims, saying, "I always ask all of you to please not even hate watch or go in and comment. Get the F out of here. Sure, you can be bothered by my attorney's emails. I'd be bothered too if I had a RICO case and had to have another attorney come in and tell me exactly what RICO is." Defendant Granny's Watching disparaged plaintiff Nick the Hat's professionalism, stating, "Nick may have been let out of the civil action here, but nonetheless, he was deeply enthralled in it, right? He doesn't even have the respect to sit up when he's speaking. It's not very professional, is it?" Interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah, because I just, you don't know where all this is going exactly.
Somebody asked if Stephen Crabtree was named anywhere in any of this, and I actually don't know. I only got a few pages in, so I didn't see his name in the first like 20 pages.
Not yet, right? Maybe we should have a running list of who the does are as they're named, because I don't know. So I've got J for Justice, Cluminati and Cletus, Queen Bee, and UA Crimson, right?
Yes.
Is there anybody else? So that's 5 of the 14, I think. So
Now, does Cluminati and Cletus count as 1 or 2?
oh, I think that'd have to be 2.
Okay.
Yeah. On or about, did I read this already? No, I don't think I did. On or about February 13th, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled "The Scrambling Has Begun: Recaps, Reality, and Reviews," featuring Barbecue Lady as a panel guest. During the broadcast, they mocked the court, discussed a courthouse publicity stunt, and expressed intent to manipulate legal outcomes. Defendant Granny planned, "I want to reenact what's going to happen in court, so I think I need a judge's outfit." Barbecue Lady responded, "I just want to know if you'd be willing to make a short clip. I'm bringing my own camera crew." Barbecue elaborated, "So I've got this thing envisioned in my head. Slow motion, walking out the doors, walking down the steps, putting our glasses on and walking out." Defendant Granny said, "You know what I find repulsive? The entire filing. That's what I find repulsive, the entire filing. Okay, what do you guys find more repulsive? Their photos being taken in a public space, or the fact they filed this off the back of a missing child? Put a 1 for the missing child, put a 2 for their poor photos being shown."
Somebody said Fisher's mentioned 232 times. We're not talking about Stephen Fisher. I'm talking about Stephen Crabtree. Someone asked about him specifically.
Yeah, SF is just, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
but Nick Jack says Crabtree's mentioned 34 times, and then he says 12 times.
Okay.
I don't know that. And then Fisher is mentioned 232 times. I don't know what the numbers, if they've actually sit and counted those or not. But
well, SF's not a doe though. He's actually named as a plaintiff or as a defendant.
right,
Because there's 3
right.
defendants on this. Because I think when he sent that letter in, who was talking about this? He basically acknowledged the court, and that allowed him to become a plaintiff there or a defendant there. I don't know why I
And
keep saying
Julie was asking if we know where she could download the file. Isn't it on the court website?
Yes. Yeah, it's just on their website, but we can if you can't find it, we can text it to you later. But yeah, it's just public record.
It's a public site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we just printed it off because I like to have the paper in my hand to read because I'm just that way.
It's the whatever court there. What's the court? She said, what website? What court website? We'll have to send it to you, Julie, because
I don't know.
I know Mrs. E's the one that downloaded it, and it's on that county website. Let me see. Let me see.
Mrs. E should be back here in about 15 or so, and I'll have her email it to you. Okay, so number 61 on February 21st, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled "A Look Back at the Egregious Behaviors That Led to the Criticism of Seth Rogers and His Spokesman Tony," during which she attacked plaintiff Seth Rogers and his media involvement, implied coordinated media manipulation, and suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists. Granny's Watching attacked plaintiff Seth Rogers and his media involvement, stating, "At what point, Tony Mathis, as a national spokesman, do you step up to the plate and do your job, which is to keep the focus on Sebastian again?" Granny's Watching implied coordinated media manipulation by plaintiffs, stating, "So the reason Tony says that is because all day long accounts under Seth's name and Tony's name, which they claim not to be them, hyped everybody up. They would be going on Smileys that night." Granny's Watching attacked Seth Rogers' parenting and financial status, stating, "I find men who don't work, who don't schedule a routine, who don't take care of their kids, who come in asking why there's 2 bags of fast food but none for them, and scream that other women are whores and have nothing to offer their kids. I find them to be oh so fancy worthy." Granny's Watching further stated, "Why would they ever consider allowing Sebastian to live with Seth? Was Sebastian's I lost my spot. Was Sebastian's behavior so out of control they just didn't care? I don't think it's about not caring. The fact of the matter is Seth was asked a year prior to take Sebastian." Granny's Watching suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists, stating, "Bye-bye. I love the fact that they're like, I'm out of respect for the attorneys. We're not going to play their voices. Then whose voices did you play? And you know what? I'm telling you right now, there's a video of the courtroom. They better be careful. He ain't going to frame us. We got all of that everywhere. Filed this case from the beginning in bushes." Yeah, so that's what they're talking about, where they sorry, I did not scroll that part. But yeah, right there is where, in bold, if this becomes, so I guess this was really going to depend on how the county feels about this video recording and cameras, and if they care.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if they care, then we'll see. But as far as I know, no charges have been brought yet against them from the county, right? We'd probably hear about it. I mean,
guess. There was a lot of skepticism that was coming, but nothing's happened that I know of.
Yeah. So we'll have to see if anything comes of that or not. I don't know.
Thank you, Castle, for dropping that link. But
they at least here, I'm telling you right now, there's a video of the courtroom. They better be careful. So acknowledging that happened. Defendant Granny's Watching implied Seth Rogers is an abuser, stating, "To me, Seth is abusive in my opinion. Perhaps Sebastian. I definitely think he is. He looks just like him. He looks just like him." Granny's Watching mocked plaintiff's legal team in court filing, stating, "I know you guys saw that thing on the docket from the judge that was old, That was just sitting on there that we had the hearing. But this right here, I thought was so important. Granny's watching further said, anyways, this says over here, the plaintiffs, which include a media company and a television personality, now they're a private intelligence group, are more than capable of counteracting any false statements in the public sphere. Then she says, then they basically admit that by having Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night, they made their tension on Sebastian's case reach national levels, and within a week made the attention, attention tenfold what it was. And that's important to remember, because when talking about a slap suit, it is to stop you from speaking against issues of public concern. On February 18th, the day of that hearing, Granny's Watching hosted a YouTube live stream titled I Can Feel It in the Air, in which she discussed plaintiff's legal filings, plaintiff Seth Rogers and his supporters. During the live stream, defendant Granny made the following statements. I need to go back down here. She stated, all right, so I wanted to read you guys so you know how they filed their 10 documents while we were waiting on that. So we went ahead and responded, and this is a memorandum of law, and it's to strike their filings because their filings are over 30 days late, right? Pardon me. Granny's Watching stated, did Tony Mathis on behalf of Seth Rogers say that he didn't pursue Katie as a minor because she was dating somebody and a married man with a kid? Granny stated, 2 grown men victim blame a child victim who was removed from her predator mom's home and placed into foster care. Did a grown man admit he knew another grown man was sleeping with a child and all he did was decide he wanted to pursue her instead? He conveniently waited until she was 18 to then impregnate her and marry her. Granny stated, when's the last time Seth put together a search party? Matter of fact, I thought Dog said the search for Sebastian was coming to my area like a month and a half ago. Granny stated, the only thing I see Seth doing is searching for panels to go on to disparage Katie.
We've got a lot of people jumping in too that's new. And
Yeah.
hi, Tony. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Brittany J.
Your ears were burning, huh, Tony? Got your little section there with
Yeah,
you.
no kidding. We were just on the Tony section. Great comments.
I honestly don't understand what half of this stuff means.
I don't
think they,
I think I just think they say things to try to disparage. I mean, I just think that's all they do.
All right. Some of it's, I just don't understand the context of what they're talking about. Anybody else before I get going again?
Just a lot of people jumping in. Kelly X says, what's going on? And just Rob Beanie, Carla HH, just a lot of people jumping in. So thanks for joining us tonight.
Brittany J in here too. Good to see you too. Angel Wings, good to have you join us. Got a lot of people here. Yeah, I see you, Nicole. Sorry, it's just so hard when I'm reading documents. I just have no idea what's going on in the chat, but we're glad you're here. Okay, so I don't even know where I was.
You were just finishing up that last part. I think you're getting to start number 63.
Yeah, that's it. So on February 22nd, Barbecue Lady hosted a TikTok live stream titled Barbecue Lady TikTok Live, in which she discussed the plaintiffs, their legal counsel, and court proceedings. During the live stream, Barbecue made the following statements. We will not be showing all the documents, but we will be taking a few clips out of there so that you guys can see it. We're not making it up. Barbecue continued. Basically, Lesniak went in there and asked for a continuance. It was denied. Said he needed limited discovery. It was denied. He was not allowed to enter any evidence. His little flash drive he was waving around in his little unsealed envelope, and then in bold. I think that whenever you guys hear the responses from the judge, it might put a better perspective as to what was going on, because she cut him off a bunch of times, and it's honestly embarrassing. I have secondhand embarrassment for Lesniak.
Can you scroll?
Yes. Okay. Barbecue Lady continued, I wouldn't use Lesniak if he were paying me to represent me. That's how bad it is. Barbecue continued. This was the very first anti-slap case that's been heard in Pennsylvania since it was recently put into law last July of 2024. And basically, it prevents frivolous lawsuits from costing people tens of thousands of dollars to defend themselves just to get to the end and say it's dismissed. Barbecue Lady continued. Nick, Hong, and Julia showed up in her fatigues and not there as a witness for the military. People were saying it was totally illegal what she did. With the anti-slap, they can actually award up to 3 times the amount. So that'd be what? I don't know, $115,000 each person if they decide to make a statement. Yeah, so that's actually kind of what we were saying earlier. It's just, the thing is even if it went to a lawsuit, they might lose, but I don't think you could make the argument that it's frivolous with this evidence. Like, you might not win. You may not get what you wanted, but I don't think you can make the argument that it's frivolous. You could still lose, though. That's my way of looking at it. But again, like I was saying, it just depends on the judge you get in front of. That's why I was saying, if you can negotiate, if you're one of these people, and in this,
they gave them every opportunity to just stop the name calling and the harassment and to just stop. And they would drop all of it, and then now you see where we are.
But I think Jules was right earlier, allegedly innocent, when she's saying it's kind of a matter of pride.
Yes.
If you stop, then you are. If you negotiate, then you kind of lose face publicly, and to your subscribers, and so maybe the fight seems worth it for that reason.
Right.
And people just, it's hard. There's part of me, I do understand parts of it, but I know people just, or you just want to defend yourself. But a lot of times the smarter play is to negotiate and take a partial loss instead of a full loss. You gotta know when you gotta know what you're up against. Let's see. So Barbecue Lady said, I want my name cleared. I want an effing public apology from every plaintiff, and I want the money returned to the people who donated it. I do believe that I'm entitled to punitive damages. And that's kind of what we were saying, actually. She wants her name cleared, right? She wants an apology. She wants to be right. She wants to be proven right. You know what I mean? And I can understand that perspective. But if you get in front of the judge and you lose a lot. You lose all power. You don't have any more leverage. Right now, before things go forward, you still have some degree of leverage. The further it goes, of course, the more you lose.
Right.
Defendant Barbecue Lady stated, how about this? Okay, so this bottle, you're an effing piece of S, you're a effing loser, blah. You can say whatever you want. Nobody can tell you to stop your opinions or your First Amendment speech. And people are like, this isn't about First Amendment. The F it isn't. And it's not. But first, people just don't. Yeah. I mean, there's just limits to it, and it does. And another thing people were saying earlier in our chat was that First Amendment really has more to do with the government's ability to censor us and prevent us from having political speech and everything else, not the defamation situations or libel or slander and things like that.
Right.
Let's see. Barbecue Lady stated, they're just mad that they're sitting in an effing basement of their mom's house, drinking cans of Pepsi and effing eating their mom's cooking. I don't effing know. Probably wanting them to move the F out. What an embarrassment for the neighborhood. We will be going through it and putting some of the actual documents up on the screen for you guys to view. So we're going to have some of that included in there, which is perfectly legal. I've already checked with the attorney. If somebody really wants the transcript that bad, it's probably going to cost you about $1,000. On February 26th, Barbecue Lady hosted a TikTok live stream entitled Barbecue Lady TikTok Live, in which she discussed legal proceedings, the anti-slap motion, and plaintiff's legal counsel. Barbecue Lady hosted a TikTok live stream titled Barbecue Lady TikTok Live, during which she discussed her critics on legal proceedings. I feel like I'm being cyberstalked by a large group of an enterprise. Barbecue Lady stated, it's more like a cult.
Can you scroll?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Between March 13th and 22nd, UA Crimson Tide, who had been inactive on Twitter since May 28th of 2023, resumed activity by retweeting and posting content related to SF's coverage by the Riley Strain case. Wonder where this is going with Riley Strain.
I guess they're showing coordination, and that they've done it on multiple cases.
Oh, right.
That would be my only thing, is to show a precedence that this isn't the first time, and so it is a coordinated effort.
There's a partnership of some sort.
There's some kind of partnership.
Got it.
That's what I get from it. That may not be where they're going with it, but that's what I see, is they're trying to show, okay, they kind of coordinated and commented together on this, and this happened basically right at the same time that Sebastian went missing.
Right. It doesn't stop and end with the Sebastian Rogers case. It's
Right.
part of an ongoing. Yeah, I gotcha.
I don't know if that's right, but that's kind of the way I.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Defendant aligned UA Crimson and Rebecca 81 posted regarding Riley Strain's mother. But between March 29th and 31st, UA Crimson posted on X regarding Riley Strain. On April 8th, users Ophire Search and Stormoz posted regarding UA Crimson and the Riley Strain case. On April 8th, UA Crimson posted on X regarding an individual associated with a high-profile case and Nate Oates. April 29th, Scott Mangus and UA Crimson engaged in an exchange regarding the responsiveness of user Bonnie Jett. UA Crimson posted on X regarding defensive posturing, potential alias concerns, and an intimidation attempt. Between March 22nd and April 13th, defendant aligned Queen Bee posted on X, formerly Twitter, regarding the Sebastian Rogers case, including sharing a YouTube live stream and reposting a tweet from On Patrol Live, calling for information regarding Sebastian Rogers. On April 13th, journalist Brian Enton also posted about interviewing Riley Strain's parents. Between May 10th and May 14th, UA Crimson and defendant SF posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. On May 10th, SF issued a statement regarding the Riley Strain family's autopsy and investigation. And then a quote from that, I suppose, is on May 13th through 14th, UA Crimson amplified defendant SF's statements by tagging journalists and urging engagement. UA Crimson posted, "He's actually coming for Riley Strain." Some of this is a little redundant at times.
It is. It's a lot of redundancy, yes. But I think they're just trying to show there's, and I bet they still haven't gotten all the pieces that could be out there. I mean, there's probably so many. I mean, think about just one night of listening to them and what they say. I mean,
right. I know.
It would be truckloads if you had to type it all out.
I think about how many man hours alone is just this part.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine the man hours, the legal fees that just to file.
No idea. I mean, I can't even imagine. You could tell me almost any number and I'd believe it. I don't know.
I know.
Between May 10th and May 15th, UA Crimson and SF posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. SF posted on X about visiting Hendersonville and the challenges of the search for Sebastian Rogers. So this is May 30th now. UA Crimson retweeted SF's post. June 7th, UA Crimson and SF posted on X regarding the Riley Strain case. SF stated, "I have received quite a few calls and messages today since Nick Barris reported about the autopsy of Riley Strain. As the investigator on the case, I can tell you that neither I nor the family has heard anything from the medical examiner's office. We are waiting just like everyone." Between June 9th and June 10th, UA Crimson and Jennifer Coffindaffer posted on X regarding the Sebastian Rogers and Riley Strain cases. UA Crimson and others posted on X regarding the Riley Strain autopsy and investigation. UA Crimson posted, "So I just got off the phone with the ME's office and the autopsy is still listed as pending." That's on June 10th. Same day, UA Crimson replied to Jennifer Coffindaffer, "So the ME officially released their report?" On June 10th, Jennifer Coffindaffer posted, The full autopsy has been released, and there are no signs of foul play. There were no drugs in his system and no signs of trauma. UA Crimson posted, I literally almost threw my phone when that came up on my phone. Such irresponsible journalism. On June 12th, SF and Fallon Nicole posted on X regarding misinformation and social media conflicts. I don't know if that person has a YouTube handle or not. I don't know that name. SF posted, I am certain we will soon see Coffin Daffer and Court TV start to backtrack on their incorrect statements about Riley Strain. For that reason, I want to make one final statement so everyone understands that the news reports from Coffin Daffer and Court TV are factually wrong. Between June 17th and June 18th, Jules the dog handler and Ethan posted on X regarding dog training. Plaintiff Jules the dog handler posted, and the reason why I look at the cameraman is so that when I reviewed this footage later for my Dog Team Pro training log entry, I would know this was the moment where I sorry.
Take a break.
I need a water break.
Let's see.
Where I identified a clear indication is what it says.
Were you listening while you were out?
I was trying to. I had some stuff going on, but I did want to say hello. I saw Brittany in here. Hi, Brittany J. And I saw Tony Mathis.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony's still in here, but he was earlier.
So
Yeah,
I
he
just
did
wanted to
stop
say
by for a
hello.
minute.
And there's a lot more people who
And Texas Plain Jane said, "What does Riley Strain have to do with Sebastian Rogers?" I just said I think it's setting a precedence for coordination.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, we already mentioned that earlier, but just showing that this isn't the first time that they've come together to bash people, talk about things. So it's showing that they've set a precedence by doing it on more than one case.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tony says he's still here supporting. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Angel Wings wants to know if you saw her.
Did I see you?
Mhm.
I don't. What do you mean?
She just said, "Did you see me?"
Hi, Angel Wings.
Okay, so I so I guess we'll just go on here.
Yeah, Cajun said the same thing to show repeated behavior. Yeah, it's to set. It's to display it.
Yeah, to show that there is like this network of people kind of working together, and if in a way, if you can show that that's happening outside of the Sebastian Rogers case, you can show that it's an ongoing problem.
Well, and it's always nefarious actions.
Yeah.
It's never for a good purpose.
Yeah.
At least in these statements, right?
In these statements, that is, yes, the evidence.
Ethan replied, "Oh, wait, do you mean you review this afterwards with the trainer somewhere else, not the search area, and they verify it later? That's what you meant by trust your dog?" 86 Doe Terry tweeted, "This answered the question of lower teeth marks. I am now back to leaning not guilty."
Okay, that's a new doe.
Yeah, Doe Terry in quotation marks.
Terry.
Like
Okay.
Teri.
Are you keeping track of that?
We are kind of.
We are. I missed one though. I had Queen Bee, UA Crimson, Clue and Cletus, and Terry.
And
I'm
Jay.
missing one.
Jay for
With-
Joseph.
And
Jay for
Andy, Tony said your lighting makes you look like you've been tanning at the beach.
I actually have not. I've had a terrible cold, and so I try to get outside 15 to 20 minutes every day and just sit in the sun. But I
Aw.
don't really tan. But
Well-
thank you. I think it's my lighting.
And Nick is in the house. Welcome, Nick.
Oh, hey, Nick.
Thank you for the super chat.
Haven't seen you in a chat in a while. Hope you're doing well. But thanks for being here, and thank you for the is that a super sticker or a super chat there?
I don't know the difference. You know me.
Um,
It is a super chat.
yeah. So we actually got another doe named here, Ethan. The Ethan one I've seen on X before,
So
but I
we've
don't know.
got
I don't know
1,
who that
2,
is.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. So there's Terry and I don't know who Terry is, but Ethan, I know I've seen them in comment sections and things.
Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7 so far.
If they have like YouTube channels or anything like that, I don't know, but at least
Right.
on X, I know I've seen him there. So on June 19th, Doe Ethan replied, "They don't look like dog bites, but the dog may have been disappeared, so a comparison couldn't be made." June 18th and 24th, SF, Doe Terry and Doe Ethan engaged in Twitter discussions about the Karen Reed case. So now we're on to like a third case where these people are together, right? Doe Ethan challenged Jules the dog handler. On July 13th, Ethan and White Rabbit posted on X regarding the identity of an individual in a video related to the Sebastian Rogers case. On September 5th, 2024, Nick the Hat posted on X and sent a text message regarding his approach to the Sebastian Rogers case. On September 4th at 12:15 p.m.,
Scroll.
Nick the Hat texted, "You know this
I'm
will be
doing
a big
something else.
commitment, right? If we get involved, there's no going back until we find the kid. It could be a long thing, a week or indefinite." Okay. But, yeah. On September 5th, Nick the Hat posted, "Today I'll begin coverage on Sebastian Rogers. Before we officially got involved, we had to have a serious conversation. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a streamer. I chase untold stories. We chase escaped prisoners. I reminded the team that we don't just cover a story, we commit to it." On September 5th, Charlene posted, "Please stay away from JR." I think they mean JLR. And
JLR.
SF. Their credibility is so twisted. They are biased and have concern in finding Sebastian. On September 6th, Doe UA Crimson replied, "It's JLR, not JRL, and they're not there. Credibility and biased, not bias. But should I actually break down what you're trying to say? Learn words before you tweet." Okay. Doe Ethan, on or about September 29th, SF was photographed with Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Doe's Cluminati, Cletus, and defendant
Oh,
aligned Doe Crabtree.
Bo Crabtree. All right, got him.
Is that a distinction? Defendant aligned Doe Crabtree. I guess it is. I guess it's the same thing. So how many does that give us?
That's got
8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we're looking for 6 more somewhere in here, right?
Right.
Okay, with commentary related to the Sebastian Rogers search effort. Between September 29th and the 30th, SF and UA Crimson posted on X regarding search efforts for Sebastian Rogers. September 30th, UA Crimson replied, "I can't wait for you to come back and get my boots on the ground again during the days I'm not working." On October 1st, defendant SF and UA Crimson posted on Twitter about search operations in Eastern Tennessee. Defendant SF tweeted, "We just stopped searching for the night in Eastern Tennessee. We are looking for a man who was captured on video going overboard when his boat hit a bridge. His girlfriend was also in the boat, but managed to hold on to some trees and was later rescued. We're still searching for..." And then UA Crimson replies, "I'm so glad you are out there helping with the SAR efforts. Let me know if you need anything medical supply wise, because we are sending some of our nurses out there." October 5th. Yeah, I did not realize how much these two interacted with each other. On October 5th, a trespassing incident occurred at Plaintiff Hong's property in Pennsylvania. 7:16 p.m. Scroll down here for me. Some of you might remember seeing these pictures. A white SUV truck entered the private driveway. 7:16, the trespasser wearing dark clothing and carrying an unknown object approached the front porch. 7:16, the trespasser stepped onto the porch and looked inside the home. The trespasser lingered on the porch, appearing to surveil the residence. The white SUV truck departed the property. And 3 hours later at 10:08, a Pennsylvania State Police unit arrived in response to the incident.
That was a lot later.
Well, it's not the 911 call.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's way off the road. That's not somebody just looking for directions. I wonder if they know. Have they ever said they ever figure out who this guy is? Have you heard that anywhere?
Don't know if I've heard that.
Very strange.
I'm sure they've got video camera footage.
Yeah, I just wonder if
I saw some videos somewhere.
I was just wondering if Hong ever posted if he knew who it was yet.
I
If
don't
he
think
has,
I've
I
seen
don't,
that.
I don't,
Mm-mm.
I haven't seen it. On October 17th and 18th, SF using the handle @Fisher made several posts on X regarding the Sebastian Rogers case. Fisher claimed to have insider knowledge of Sebastian's experiences and dismissed other accounts as misinformation. He also made accusations against plaintiff Seth Rogers, suggesting an obsession with Katie and disregard for the law. And then in quotes, I know what Sebastian experienced in that house. What you think he experienced is all wrong because you are listening to people that do not know anything. You believe whatever you hear. Involved in blocking their release because it's against the law for them to be released. I know Seth doesn't care about the law, but this is about Sebastian's privacy and not Seth's obsession for Katie. Tell her to show the clip. She is full of S. That doesn't exist. I know the contents of the CA restraining order and reports against Seth. I have not seen the Tennessee reports, and I have never said I have. Tell her to show the clip she claims she has. She is a liar. On October 19th, defendant SF posted on X about plaintiff Seth Rogers and related legal actions. SF alleged that Rogers had impregnated a minor and hinted at potential criminal charges. Defendant SF claimed to have filed legal motions opposing the plaintiff's injunction request. All right. At 9 o'clock, defendant SF stated that discovery would reveal allegations against Seth Rogers involving a minor and potential legal consequences. One thing I think is a positive about the suit is that it will 100% come out in discovery and be proven that Seth got a minor pregnant when he was in his 20s, and because there is not being a statute of limitations on that crime, he will most likely be charged. SF stated he was filing a non-party opposition to motion for injunctive relief and a motion to strike the plaintiff's pleading. On October 20th, SF posted on X expressing confidence that legal filings would lead to plaintiff Seth Rogers' arrest and alleging that discovery would expose his relationships, though SF also accused plaintiff Nick the Hat of using false claims to intimidate critics. Defendant SF predicted that discovery would expose plaintiff Seth Rogers' relationship with Katie and Sebastian. Defendant SF accused plaintiff Nick the Hat of falsely claiming access to user account data as a means of intimidation. Defendant SF posted on X about the plaintiff's involvement in the search for Sebastian Rogers, accusing them of making excuses for not participating and suggesting they did not care about Sebastian.
And just to note, Nick Jack said the search bar at the top right of the document is how they knew Fisher and Crabtree were mentioned. They did the search bar and put the name. So that's how they knew how many times and where they were mentioned. So thanks for the tip.
Yeah. I figured there must have been some tool like that, or you used some.
So it's it's up in that search bar.
Yeah.
You're letting the cat out of the bag that you're not a technical person. I'm just kidding. We all know that, don't we?
And Gina, yeah, we do know that Rebecca is Queen Bee. Thanks for clarifying, but we figured that out.
No, the X names, right?
Yeah.
Right. The X names is what we were getting confused with because we don't really follow them, and so.
Well, yeah.
You
want to take a break for a second and have some water, or keep going?
I just keep going, I guess.
All right.
Unless you got something you want to.
I mean, you're only on 33 of like 200 and something. So
yeah, well, we're not getting through this tonight. I can tell you that.
Nothing compared to the JFK files, the 80,000.
Jeez.
We can't get through all this tonight. Well, we'll just do what we can do. Maybe do a part 2.
I think we'll have to.
Yeah, or 3, possibly. At 10 o'clock, defendant SF stated the plaintiffs were desperately looking for an excuse to explain their absence from the search. Crabtree responded, "Wow, I have no words." Between October 21st and October 22nd, SF and his associates posted on X and YouTube targeting the plaintiff's legal efforts. SF referenced a canceled press conference, citing concerns about a marching band, while his associates posted GIFs and memes mocking the situation. Defendant Aligned UA Crimson also participated. On October 22nd, SF defendant Aligned UA Crimson and Jewels in the Mountains 3. That's another doe. Do we know that one?
In the Mountain.
Mountains 3.
Yeah, I don't know
Jewels in the Mountains 3. Okay.
Yeah, what I'm wondering if there still are 50 does and there's only 14 in this filing.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand
Right.
what you're saying.
I don't know. I just don't know how that works. Okay. The post included references to a rehearsal at 9 a.m., gifts and statements aimed at discrediting the plaintiffs, and defendant SF sharing a screenshot of the court filings' alleged status. October 21st and 23rd, SF using the handle Fisher posted on X about the investigation, and plaintiff Seth Rogers on October 21st, he alleged insider knowledge, stating that Sebastian returned from Seth's with bruises and spoke about being hit. And the quote is, "Yes, that is true. Sebastian came home from Seth with bruises from being hit, and he talked about it. I do have insider knowledge. What else are you looking for?" Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm behind.
We're at 110. Yeah, very little of this is the same.
No,
Bad, right?
it's all different.
Talk
Yeah.
about that for a second.
Sure. I mean, I share this too, Chris. I think most of us do. 90% of society feels this way. I guess I will never understand how anyone could be so vile to a missing child's father. It is so sickening and breaks my heart. It's like, it's like even if you suspect them, there's still a line. I think.
Well, and you just got to think we have suspects that we think are probably involved, but we don't bash those people. We might say, well, we think they're involved.
Yeah. I mean,
and we may even say, yes, we think that they have something to do with the disappearance, but we don't bash them.
I mean,
we don't call them names. I mean, there's a difference in stating your opinion and how you feel and what evidence points to that, as opposed to just being absolutely ugly and vile. And that's what I see is ugly and vile.
Yeah. I mean, Ocean says they've given them a lot to include in the filing.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
You would just, I don't even know how you do this.
Yeah,
I seriously, I don't even know how you manage this and put this all together.
I know.
How many people this would have taken? I have no idea.
Because they're taking statements, and Ocean said, and this is just a small amount.
I mean,
that's why I said it would take a freight train full to get all of their comments and all of the evidence pieces.
It's pretty.
Together.
I mean, it's very thorough.
It really is, and it's still probably a drop in the bucket. As much as this is, but I mean, it's
You ready to go back?
Yeah, am I still at 110? Yeah, I
think that's where you're getting ready to start. Yes.
So October 23rd, SF posted on social media about the plaintiffs, Bullhorn Betty, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and Seth Rogers. SF questioned the credibility of the plaintiffs and criticized Seth Rogers for allowing certain actions in his son's name. He also portrayed himself as a principled investigator. What I find more wild is that there are actually some people that believe them. TBI and Sumner County Sheriff are well aware of their antics. The fact Seth will allow this to be done in his son's name is mind-boggling. Thank God that investigators like me work from evidence and not lack of intelligence. SF and UA Crimson discussed the AtNight lawsuit on social media. Defendant SF speculated the lawsuit had stalled because the attorneys realized their motion and complaint were dead on arrival. Defendant UA Crimson questioned defendant SF about a confidentiality agreement and voluntary searcher document. The AtNight lawsuit has been notably quiet today. This could be because attorneys Joseph Lesniak and Bruce Castor have realized their motion for a preliminary injunction along with the complaint is effectively dead on arrival. So just to be clear, you're standing by the document that you signed as a voluntary searcher and the confidentiality agreement. That's legitimate. Is that what you're saying? That's UA Crimson. On November 1st, SF posted on social media about plaintiff Bullhorn Betty's GoFundMe campaign. Defendant SF accused plaintiff Bullhorn Betty of hypocrisy for seeking donations for her legal defense while allegedly violating GoFundMe's terms of service. He claimed to have emailed GoFundMe to request the campaign's removal. Bullhorn Betty is a hypocrite who attempts to prevent others from raising funds to defend themselves against meritless lawsuits, yet she violates GoFundMe's terms of service by seeking donations for her own criminal defense. This should not be allowed. Sent to GoFundMe this morning. I'm writing to formally request the removal of the GoFundMe campaign created by Sonia Nilsson to fund the criminal defense of Bullhorn Betty, who is charged with 6 violations of order of protection. Um, see that's that real life stuff. That's where people, you know, it's just the kind of thing. On November 5th, a death threat was sent to AtNight's national tip line from a burner phone. The message referenced a $100,000 hit order on plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter and others, calling them the fakest MFs on the planet.
Oh, wow.
There's a 100,000 hit. Oh, so this is the quote. There's a $100,000 hit order on Dog and his crew. They're the fakest MFs on the planet.
Wow.
On November 1st, SF posted on social media falsely. So just to say this too, one of the things I do hear quite a bit are the I don't believe the death threats. I get this a lot, especially get this a lot on X. People like to. There's certain things people have been programmed to believe that they come at me with. I don't even have to listen to other people. I know what they're telling them because they come and parrot it back to me.
Mm-hmm.
The one about the death threats being not real is one I get all the time. And even though I said, well, Hong literally had a death threat posted on X. Like you could.
Oh, you could see it.
You could read it, and you still don't believe the death threat. But here's a situation where you've got them filing court documents with very specific quotes, and it's an exhibit. So if you think that's not real, you would have to believe that that AtNight, the plaintiffs, the attorneys are all filing a fake exhibit about a recorded death threat for the 100,000. If you believe that that's not real, I don't know what to tell you. That's now being presented to a court,
right?
So you'd be out of your mind to submit a fake death threat to the judge here, just to, you know what I mean?
Well, hold on a second. Thank you, Just Jana. That is very sweet of you. Thank you, E-Family, for all you do and have done for Sebastian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Just Jana.
That means a lot to us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, we do appreciate it. So I would say here, next time somebody tells you that these death threats are fake, then here's your evidence of it. It's Exhibit 76. On November 1st, SF posted on social media falsely implying that Bullhorn Betty's legal team is misleading the public into believing they have law enforcement powers. He also mentioned writing a legal letter to GoFundMe about her fundraising efforts. On November 10th, SF ridiculed a user for supporting BHB, calling them dumb and a typical BHB supporter. BHB's legal team is misleading the public into believing they have law enforcement powers. I'm writing a legal letter to GoFundMe regarding the plaintiff BHB's fundraising efforts. You are dumb, a typical BHB supporter. On November 15th, SF posted on social media about Sebastian Rogers' 16th birthday, noting that he remains missing. The post included surveillance footage dated February 25th and referenced AtNight and plaintiff Duane Dog Chapman, implying criticism of their actions. In these statements, defendant SF asserted that the court had not accepted the plaintiff's case and criticized their decision to file a motion to amend the complaint, describing it as a foolish move. On November 10th, user FemGeek responded to SF by referencing what was described as marching band rhetoric. In a sarcastic tone, Fern Geek offered to join the so-called band. UA Crimson replied to FemGeek, extending a welcome into the group. These exchanges appear to continue a pattern of pointed commentary and coded language linked to events involving the plaintiffs, seemingly aimed at intimidating those involved in the case, including plaintiffs and potential witnesses. I'll join the marching band. I play clarinet, flute, and saxophone. On his behalf, I welcome you into the band. On December 7th, a hostile and threatening message was sent to AtNight's national tip line, insulting the recipients and dismissed their investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, also insulting Dog the Bounty Hunter. Exhibit 81. You all are lying about the Sebastian Rogers case. F you and Dog the Bounty Hunter. You're just doing this for attention on social media. Again, F you.
Thank you, Nina, for the super sticker. She says 100%.
Thank you, Nina. We appreciate it very much.
I love them. I love the super stickers. They're so cute.
I don't know. See, where are you at life when you're calling Dog the Bounty Hunter to tell him to F off?
I don't know.
You know, how do you get to that point in life? I mean, that's just step back, think about how you got there. Defendant aligned UA Crimson posted on Twitter a threat against plaintiff Duane Dog Chapman, warning him not to enter Tennessee or risk physical harm. Oh, she posted. So purportedly part of an ongoing pattern of threats and intimidation, discouraging his investigative effort related to Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. You better not take your own advice and think you can kick in any doors in Tennessee. Good way to get really hurt. Yeah, that's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's certainly a threat. Between November 20th and the 22nd, various users, including a defendant, UA Crimson and SF, engaged in Twitter discussions involving personal attacks and dismissive comments targeting individuals tied to the legal case. Well, clearly you can't read, so try again. By the way, I wonder if his parole officer gave him permission to travel. You can't even come here, bro. How is Tennessee? Would you be willing to come on my show and talk about searching for Sebastian in Tennessee? You know what I think is funny? You're so oblivious to how unimportant you are. SF posted on Twitter about legal counsel and plaintiff's filings and accused an opposing party of stalking and demanding updates on his medical condition. Not sure just how long this world-class attorney needs to take down such an amateur, or will he quit like Bruce Castor did? Correct. They filed such a defective pleading that a judge hasn't even been assigned. It's just a dormant defective filing. On November 29th, JLR... Oh, Doe, Jonathan Lee Richards. So JLR is one of the Does.
Got
Here, if we're understanding this correctly. Posted on Twitter accusing Seth Rogers of monetizing his YouTube channel devoted to his missing son. JLR highlighted the membership tiers and their costs, and the post was amplified by defendant J for Justice. Seth Rogers, father... I'm skipping.
What number are you on?
No, you just
Okay.
the one he's on.
Yeah.
You're right.
Seth Rogers, father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, has monetized his YouTube channel that's devoted to his missing son's case. He's launched 3 membership tiers, and the highest tier cost $24.99 a month.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm behind.
Yeah. 123. We're at 123.
Oh, I wasn't
No,
behind.
you weren't behind. You were right on target.
Would you like to take over?
No, I can't control that from here.
You can. I can send it to you.
Well, that would be silly.
Or you could download it. It's a public document, so you could download it yourself.
You're doing fine.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally joking.
I'm just reading through the chat.
I'm
here
just
for
giving you a
second.
hard time.
My son called. That's why I had to step off for just a second.
Yeah. I know.
All right. Yeah, I put that up a minute ago. It's hilarious.
What?
The show poodles. Where are you in life when you call Bruce Castor and Joseph Lesniak stupid?
That's really funny.
Yeah. I just, how do you take that seriously?
Okay.
All right. So 123 between November 23rd and the 30th, SF posted on social media in response to plaintiffs and other parties. The post included dismissing the credibility of opposing sources, posting alleged receipts, and asserting investigative superiority. This just proves how wrong you and your sources are. This is another source of embarrassment for you and highlights why absolutely nobody will ever listen to what you have to say because you are always wrong. My work speaks for itself. That's why I can charge the rates I do. I have found 5 times more missing persons than any other investigator or agency. On December 2nd, SF posted in response to allegations of forged legal documents, claiming it was a simple mistake and minimizing the significance of the issue. You made a simple mistake saying that I forged legal court documents. Simple mistake claiming I was going to lose my license. That was funny. He thought he had a scoop. On December 6th, SF posted on X about the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, implying ongoing independent investigation efforts. He criticized AtNight Media and plaintiff Dog Chapman, suggesting their focus on the case was misaligned. The post included surveillance footage and a timeline of events related to Sebastian Rogers' last known whereabouts. Tomorrow marks Sebastian Rogers' 16th birthday, and heartbreakingly, he remains missing. While we are diligently investigating his case, we do not yet have answers regarding his disappearance. Within 22 seconds, Katie and Sebastian approach their vehicle, enter the car, put on their seatbelts. The man in the green hoodie enters Texas Roadhouse, and Katie and Sebastian exit their parking lot. This is what AtNight has told you is so significant. On December 6th, Nick the Hat posted on X about Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, emphasizing the tragedy of his absence on his 16th birthday. UA Crimson responded with antagonistic behavior, referencing a YouTube block and making a sarcastic comment about a restaurant meal. Why do you have me blocked on YouTube? I'd love to see your wisdom in the comments section. I recommend the Chili's 3 for me platter and a roomy backseat to cry in. Between December 7th and 8th, SF posted on X about his independent investigation into the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers,
Scroll,
mentioning
Sorry.
mentioning the discovery of natural cave shafts during their search efforts. He also posted a direct personal attack on Dog Chapman, calling him a low-life, washed-up coward and accusing him of editing surveillance footage to mislead the public. Dog, you low-life, washed-up coward, editing surveillance footage. Don't blame this family that you have a failed career and try to use a 15-year-old as a publicity tool. Editing surveillance and playing it in slow motion is an act of desperation. You are a has-been.
That's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, just awful.
I know. I mean, you know.
He's a public figure. He's had a TV show. It's back on. It's on my Roku. He's like the head show. I'm like, good grief.
Well, he's got his own network.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. These people just want to just badmouth.
I mean,
credible
he's done.
people.
I mean, his life has been great.
Well,
He's led a great life. His career, 10,000 convicts that that he's captured and brought back in, and
That's a lot.
he's he's a
your eyes
redemption.
are
He's a
red.
redemption story.
Your
you know.
eyes are red from reading.
Are they?
Yes. I
But
was gonna,
he could have gone a whole other route in life. He
Yeah.
got a second chance, completely turned it around. All of his kids seem great. And he's given back and done a lot of great things. So when you insult people like that, you don't even really hurt. It's more of a reflection back on that person making the insult.
Right. It's like Chaputo said, Dog's a legend. He is a legend.
Yeah.
Like talking bad about John Wayne.
Yeah, it's just
For those of you who know who John Wayne is. I may be showing my age there.
that reminds me of something that that funny clip.
oh yeah, we haven't used that yet.
Yeah.
Sometime we will, maybe. Anyway, that's just I read stuff like that. It's like, it's just ridiculous. Who takes that serious? Who can take that seriously? Anyway, SF continued his public attacks on Dog Chapman and further taunted Chapman by offering to pay for a mental health evaluation. You would know about felonies for murder charges since you have been convicted of that exact crime. Dog, if I paid for it, would you be willing to have a mental health professional evaluate you? I'm very serious. This is sad to see happen for the world to witness in real time.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Just dumb.
Awful. It is, but it shows how they just continue to work together to conspire against and make negative comments.
And so this is what I think. If you're on the defendant's side of this too, you got to think, how does this read to a judge? A judge is looking at this, doesn't know any of these people, right? I mean, I would be shocked if the judge knows any of these YouTubers,
He's
right?
not going to know who these people are.
The only person they're going to know is Dog.
Yeah.
Maybe Seth Rogers, because it's somewhat high profile.
Doubtful though. Doubtful.
And of course, probably just the attorneys because they work there and live there, and that kind of thing. But when they're going through here and they're reading this about, what this person's saying about Dog and the father of a missing child, and you're going to really have to put up a big defense to win in a situation like this, I think. Because Dog's reputation in a good way precedes him.
We've got 600 likes. Will you make me a deal if we get to? I mean, I don't know if we'll get to 1,000, but if we get to 1,000, can I play the new funny, the new funny video?
Yeah, we get to 1,000, play the new funny video.
We got a funny video in, so
yeah.
Well, Rogue said, but does Dog Chapman really care about the little and loud insults? He probably doesn't, but that's not the point.
Well, I mean, we don't know what he cares about. We're not, you know what I mean?
But
well, I bet he cared about the $100,000 hit,
right?
That was put on him. I bet he took that seriously.
Yeah,
you have to take something like that seriously, even if it's a prank.
Right.
Yeah, I bet they do take that seriously. But the insults and things, he's been around with the media. But it's it's still part of the effort. Okay, I've lost my spot here. I think we continue our search for Sebastian Rogers today. While we have gathered a substantial amount of new information, none of it has yet led us to Sebastian. We are not making any false claims about being on the verge of finding him. We are not spinning false narratives. So 120.
Go ahead and scroll up.
Sorry,
a
lot of people have questions about what's going on.
Well, can we answer any?
No, it's not. I'm handling it. I just keep getting messages.
Well, I mean, we don't know in a sense. We're just reading the documents. We hadn't read this before. We didn't know what was going to be in here. We just found out about it a few hours ago too. It's been very interesting.
Do you want to kind of
see the case laid out?
Yeah, give an update for people who are just coming in.
Yes, please.
So, so this afternoon, this looks like a pretty huge motion, over 200 pages was filed, and then I think the exhibits go into the thousands of pages. We're already, even just on page 43, we're at 92 exhibits, and a lot of those are going to be like people's podcasts and YouTube channels and stuff. A notice of an emergency hearing is what they're requesting from the court about this whole situation with the video footage and the cameras that happened on February 18th, where they Barbecue Lady and Granny and we're trying to do this anti-slap motion, which is kind of like a frivolous lawsuit kind of motion. And there, I know there were pictures taken because I've seen those. I don't know who took them and who sent them to who exactly, but they definitely were taken. And then there's allegations that there was video recording and live updates and things like that too, which is not legal unless you have the judge's permission prior. So they're asking for that in the first couple of pages. And then the rest of this we've been going through is an emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. So they're going to ask for some kind of relief, essentially a protective order or a preliminary injunction, whichever the court chooses, to put a stop to what we've been reading about. The kind of things we've been hearing, the death threats, the physical threats, the harassment, the false accusations, things like that.
And also streaming it to other creators or whatever they did to send, pictures, and that's all part of this as well.
Thank you so much, Ginger, for Ob. She's been a member for 6 months. We really appreciate you. So happy to be here. I love the E family. Well, we're happy to have you here. We appreciate you so much. I was looking at GTO guy was our buddy in in
Kennedy files.
In Kennedy, and he says at least it's not 88,000 pages like the JFK file release.
No
That's
kidding.
true.
And and I think the way this really matters for Sebastian is this. We know for a fact that a lot of this stuff has scared people away from the case. Volunteers, media, searchers,
streamers.
People are intimidated. They're scared of these people, and so we know it's happened. So
it's hindered the progress on the case.
It has. If there is any relief given by the court, it would help Sebastian, at least potentially help make people feel safe to even just attend vigils. We knew people that were scared to go to vigils because of all this.
Yes. They would not go to the vigil because they were worried something terrible was going to happen.
And it's because of this atmosphere that's been created, right?
Island HI says were police reports filed. My
On
understanding.
some of these,
Yes.
my understanding is there's actually, just depending on who you're talking about, there's been a
Well, I mean,
lot
I
of-
think the incident with Hong, he called the police when someone was on his property.
Mhm.
I mean, there
Yeah.
were different things, different of these exhibits that have had filings.
Sure. So, and so some of this has been submitted as evidence on these death threats.
Mhm.
So I really don't know that you can deny that the death threats have happened anymore.
Well,
I didn't know
That's been
that-
a popular
something of that caliber would probably be reported to a higher authority other
Right.
than the police, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
The thing is with
FBI?
the
Maybe.
now is law enforcement going to do anything about it? I don't know if they'll ever actually do anything about it. That's out of their hands once you make the report.
Thank you, sweet angel wings, member for 2 months. Ease, we are blessed you came into our lives. Well, we're
Aw,
blessed you came into
Thank you,
our
Angel
life.
Wings.
Thank
And
you
this-
so much. You're so sweet.
And this is a great comment as well. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says a lot of this nonsense hinders the investigation when false narratives are being thrown out about the family.
Sure.
It does. It
Yeah, it
hinders
does.
the investigation. And I think ultimately that's what they, are trying to prove, that this is, hindering the investigation.
And yeah, so what they're requesting is that in the next couple of weeks they would like some kind of relief on this. So the Hong indicated on X today that he thinks that this hearing would be probably in the next week or so. I think was how he said it. So hopefully that will be the case. At least get this heard, and the defense will have their chance to put up their argument if they choose. Let's see. So on December 14th, JLR posted on X questioning allegations of CPS reports related to plaintiff Tony Mathis, accusing him of misconduct, including inappropriate behavior toward TikTok users and prior termination from employment. JLR posted, "Where is proof of these alleged 5 CPS reports besides TikTok Tony Mathis claiming it?" He further stated, "Tony that's been previously called out by Ellie for putting out garbage. Same Tony that exposes himself to TikTok girls. Same Tony that got fired by the father of Caleb Harris." On December 14th, JLR posted on X making allegations against Seth Rogers, implying he is a threat to children and women. JLR stated, "Seth Rogers is bad news. No child is safe around him. No female is safe around him." On the same day, JLR further posted, "So are they thinking that BioDad had something to do with his disappearance? All 3 of them have always been shady to me from day one." On December 14th, JLR posted on X mocking a journalist for sharing a $250,000 reward flyer related to Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, claiming it was created by someone on parole for spreading misinformation, and stating that law enforcement has not acknowledged the reward. On December 14th, JLR posted on X criticizing plaintiff Doug Chapman for calling out the sheriff involved in the Sebastian Rogers case, referencing a controversial statement attributed to Sheriff Eric Craddock about preferring the term snuggle struggle over rape. "Hi, Jennifer. How is this helping? They are now bashing the sheriff on this case. You support this? Hashtag Sebastian Rogers. Unless you're a Tennessean, you may not understand who Sheriff Snuggle Struggle is, but here's a direct quote from his campaign. Rape is such a strong word. I prefer Snuggle Struggle."
Well, there went the monetization.
I knew what that look was.
Can you scroll up to you before you start?
Oh,
I'm at
boy.
134. On December 14th, SF posted on X, Dog Chapman, AtNight, and Seth Rogers claiming that the TBI and Sumner County Sheriff dismissed their efforts as illegitimate. December 15th, JLR posted on X accusing plaintiff Seth Rogers and his team of harassing the Sumner County Sheriff, claiming this followed the sheriff calling out their disinformation. Between December 14th and December 15th, SF posted on X implicating Seth Rogers is child CPS reports, engaging in a dispute over investigative details about a vehicle's identity, and dismissing criticisms from BHB or Bullhorn Betty by calling her a grifter. The majority of the CPS reports involve Seth, right? Several people have been tweeting at me, like the one below, apparently because BHB decided to pull one of her typical capitalize on a tragedy grifts. It seems they're trying to spin this into a gotcha moment. It's not. Between December 15th and 16th, SF posted on Twitter about public challenge involving a $1 million charity donation tied to an undisclosed video. BHB of misappropriating $50,000 from a charity and assured the public that information is being used to find Sebastian Rogers. I'll donate $1 million within 24 hours to a charity if they can produce that video. BHB already screwed a charity out of $50,000 on another lie. Can she make up for it now? Challenge her. Information that is useful to find Sebastian is being used to find Sebastian. I can promise you that. Between December 16th and 17th, SF posted on Twitter regarding jurisdictional disputes in Hendersonville and allegations of misinformation about a 3 a.m. Something wrong? Oh, she wants you to
Scroll. And I was going to say thank you, Kelsey, for your super chat. We'll recognize that in just a minute.
What? You already stopped us, so you might as well go ahead.
Well, I put it up, but we didn't get to it yet. Hang on one second.
I'll just finish the sentence. Allegations of misinformation about a 3 a.m. vehicle sighting, accusing Bullhorn Betty and Brittany J of spreading false claims as part of a grift.
And then Kelsey said, it's all about their insecurities and projecting them. They feel uncomfortable around successful people because it forces them to realize they will never measure up in any way. Jealousy is poison. It's a good point.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for your super chat. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate that. That's very nice of you. December 17th and 18th, JLR posted on. Does he still cover this case? I don't watch his channel.
We
Does
don't
he still
watch any of
discuss-
these.
Yeah.
I just wondered if he still does Sebastian Rogers at all.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess it was in December. JLR posted on Twitter criticizing Seth Rogers and his team for allegedly undermining search efforts for Sebastian Rogers and questioning law enforcement's credibility regarding the cooperation of Natalie Samantha Rupnow's parents. The posts were reposted by J for Justice podcast. Seth Rogers and his team back on YouTube trashing the Proudfoots in their search for Sebastian Rogers. This does not make sense at all. If Seth wants Sebastian found, why wouldn't he welcome any search efforts? On December 17th.
You guys hear that?
I don't know if you can hear that.
Brownie is dreaming.
Can you hear? It sounds like
It
water
sounds like
dripping.
water dropping. What is she doing?
That's her dreaming. That's what she.
But what is she doing? Making the noise with her mouth?
It's like she's barking in her dream, but the bark's not coming out, so it comes out as like a little squeak
That's hilarious.
Oh,
or
that's
like a
hilarious.
raindrop or something.
It's very cute.
That is funny.
Okay. SF posted on Twitter claiming that the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee was not responsible for law enforcement efforts in the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, despite the Hendersonville Police Department's active involvement. Between December 12th and 20th, SF and UA Crimson posted on Twitter about search efforts for Sebastian Rogers, including drone mapping, and included unrelated commentary comparing himself to the Zodiac Killer.
The Zodiac Killer. Really?
December 19th and 20th, SF posted on Twitter about drone footage analysis, surveillance camera technicalities, and accused the mob crew of being financially compromised by AtNight and Chapman.
Oh, good grief.
Mob crew is super desperate. Imagine being so corrupt you could be paid off by AtNight and a bounty hunter. Sad. You must look back at your life and wonder what went wrong. If you know this video so well, then you would know the timestamp is stuck at 3:11 and 2:23:24. So how?
Hi, Seth. Welcome in.
Hi, Seth. Good to see you.
I see Guidance too. Hi, Guidance, and Nicey Marie.
It was funny with Mob Crew when they got into this thing back and forth with him and SF. Mob Crew would say on his show, he'd say something like, when SF would make a mistake or whatever, he would say, "Oh, see here, it's the mistake. It's the gift that keeps on giving." That's what he would keep saying about SF. And then he would apologize. He's like, "Oh, sorry guys, I don't usually do drama. I don't like to get." But like that was like the meanest thing he said was saying that he was the gift. It's like the super nicest guy, you know. He felt bad even saying that.
Well, he is
But
Canadian.
you know,
He is Canadian.
he
So
was. I know
Canadian
Well, I
people
know.
tend to be
the
super
Canadian
nice.
nice thing, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I like Mob Crew too.
But
He's very nice.
that was pretty funny to me back then when he was. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to. I don't usually do this with talk about other creators, but and he was just defending his I mean he had every right to defend himself on that, and did so well. December 20th and 21st, SF posted on Twitter about contacting attorney Bruce Castor, referencing alleged RICO charges and legal actions, with defendant aligned Queen Bee reposting one of these tweets. That's Exhibit 107. On December 22nd, SF and Nick the Hat engaged in a Twitter exchange where Nick the Hat claimed to expose Fisher's alleged blackmail and manipulation via private messages, while Queen Bee reposted SF's response. Enough is enough. I'm releasing the full DM conversation with SF, a decision that weighs heavily. SF's relentless threats, direct and indirect blackmail and manipulation have left me with no other option as a private investigator licensed across. On December 22nd, SF posted on Twitter accusing the Mob Crew of exploiting Sebastian Rogers' case for personal gain and claiming multiple reports exist against plaintiff Seth Rogers. If there weren't moments to laugh at in the tragedy of Sebastian Rogers, this work would be impossible to endure. The Mob Crew guy held an entire grifting live stream tonight, proudly patting himself on the back for figuring out that the trash truck in the screenshot I provided. I could very easily be said there are 6 reports against Seth.
Somebody said Mob Crew is not Canadian.
Oh, I thought he
Oh, I
was.
thought
No,
he's
he
from
said he's
Canada.
from Utah.
Well,
is
I'm
he?
crazy then because I have always thought he was Canadian.
Where did
I
get
never
that
thought he was
idea?
I-
Canadian.
That's so funny.
I know.
don't
I,
know.
I never thought he was Canadian.
He's from Utah?
They said he's amazing, although not Canadian. He is a Utan. I don't know how
Okay.
I don't know how you say that.
Oh, okay. I don't know where we got that idea.
That's hysterical because I really have been living under the assumption that Mob Crew was Canadian. I'm
Yeah.
not even joking.
I think he kind of seems Canadian, but
Maybe
I
he
could
said
see
A.
He's
it.
just so nice. We just assumed.
Yeah, he's just
He's got a northern accent and he's super nice. So we're like, Canadian.
Canadian.
Stereotyping
idea.
people. Poor Mob Crew. He's
I know.
being stereotyped.
Sorry, Mob Crew, if we
Oh.
got that wrong. If you're not from Canada, I guess.
Oh,
he's
that
not.
is so funny.
That
You
is
know,
funny.
he said up here we can't get those things. It was something like
It says he lives in Utah, but don't know where he's from.
Okay.
He does
maybe,
live in
maybe
Utah.
maybe he is from Canada. I don't know.
Says Chris is from Utah.
Oh, he's from Utah. He's Utah nice.
well, actually, I know a few people from Utah, and they are pretty Utah nice.
Okay,
So
I don't
that's
know.
great.
Yeah, we both have been under that assumption. We probably just heard it somewhere and just
Where
assumed
in
it
the
was true.
world did we come up with that?
Utahn. I get that. I guess that's how you say it. Utahn. He's a super nice
Utahn?
Utahn.
Well, Canadians and people from Utah are both equally nice. How's that?
Yeah.
And Joanne says, I am Canadian. So we do have a Canadian on here.
Good.
He's from Utah. He's born there. The Real Me Too has cleared it up. She says, hang on. He's from Utah, born
right.
there. LOL.
I believe it's true.
You know, Real Me Too needs to just have her own channel
I know.
because
She
she knows
knows-
way more than we
She
do.
knows it all. She's like our fact checker.
That's
really.
funny. He's going to get a kick if he hears that. You all thought he was Canadian.
You should make fun of us. We're
Utah,
ridiculous.
Canada, tomato, potato.
That's funny.
Who said that? Oh, that's funny.
I know.
That's funny.
Very funny.
Well, we love everybody. So that's so funny. Oh, another Canadian. Lisa Opinion
Well, now
says,
that-
I am Canadian too and very proud. LOL. You know, you all have to do is pack your bags and move north, and you can be Canadian too.
If Canada had palm trees, maybe.
Everybody's just making fun of us.
Hey,
And it's so
hey.
funny.
Hey,
It's so funny.
I used to love Bob and Doug McKenzie.
I was getting
Yep.
ready to say that.
Yep,
That's so funny.
that was fun. That was a great.
How's it going, A? I have it memorized still. The Great White North song.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we're so far off. Chit
Yeah.
Chat says Mob Crew lives in Utah, but did live in Ohio for a little bit, and says he missed the mountains and moved back to Utah. That's hysterical.
You're so close to Canada there.
It's closer, getting closer with Ohio.
I haven't had dinner, and I'm starting to get a headache. Just so you know, so I may have to step away and
Just
eat.
pull up the thing, and I'll keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to have some dinner already.
Oh,
8:30.
well, we needed a little break there.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm
That's
glad-
funny.
I would have gone forever thinking he was from Canada because
That's hilarious.
I just assumed. I don't know where we heard that.
I don't either. I never even put Canada with him.
And now that it'll be one of those things that follows him around forever. He'll be like, where does
I
this
heard you
Canada
were
thing
from
keep coming from?
Canada.
Yeah. It's like it started on the mystery.
He'll get somebody to chat. I thought you were from Canada.
somebody will misinterpret it in some way. And
Yeah.
well, just to be clear, we'll admit that we are wrong. He is not Canadian.
He is definitely not Canadian.
And we wish him well, whatever state he may be residing in. So
We
or
support
from.
all states.
We do support all states.
And we've got, right now, I'm showing 643 likes. So I don't know what our machete video.
We've been doing machete
Threshold.
at 700.
Oh,
So
have we? What are we at?
We're
I
at
think
643.
Yeah.
So we need just a few more. About
If we hit 1,000, we'll do the new video.
57.
Only
more.
if we hit 1,000. We only have 500 people in chat.
That's
That's not going to happen then.
Call your friends. Get your sock account. All right. So we're at 146. You want to pull that up and then you can go eat? No. Or do you have anything before you go?
That's an interesting comment.
You do not have to bring a person to court like this. If a YouTuber puts out information that breaks TOS, YouTube can make you remove it. That is always the best way to try. They just don't do it though. Rarely.
They don't.
They don't enforce it.
So it's
I mean, they let people talk vile and leave their channels up.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, absolutely vile that should be taken down, and no one should have to be subjected to it.
Mm-hmm. Or with the restreaming that gets done.
Yeah. Of other people's shows.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff that is not, that breaks TOS that nothing happens, and until they enforce it, unfortunately, this might be this is the only relief, right?
yeah.
Right.
I think what of course what I hope happens with this new administration. They have talked about it in the past, but they not talking about it lately. But it's getting rid of that rule. I think it's Rule 230 or something like, if I remember correctly. It's the one that gives all these platforms like immunity
Yes.
from the stuff that happens.
Yes. The
And
change
once
of
that-
administration had discussed getting, passing a legislation to get rid of that.
If they ever do that, where the actions of the people on the platforms,
Reflect the platform.
if you could sue the platform for the stuff they allow,
Yep.
all this ends. It all ends tomorrow. Like,
Yes.
because they won't subject
tolerate
themselves
it.
to that.
Mm-mm.
They'll let us do these things to each other, all day. But
Yeah, but if they're going to be held financially responsible, it'll be gone.
yes, this stuff won't happen anymore. So that's really the best. I think that's the best outcome, is for that rule to eventually get repealed. 'cause
And they
it's
have talked
ridiculous.
about it.
Yeah, they have.
I thought about it when we were watching the inauguration, when all of the, Google was there,
Mhm.
Zuckerberg was there, Bezos. A lot of people were there that have skin in the game on that stuff.
Right. Right.
And I thought, well, they're, that was surprising that they were there, and so I wondered.
And Tony said that Mob Crews moved to Oklahoma with me like everyone else.
That's funny.
I know. And then Chit Chat said maybe Mob Crew would like dual citizenship. And Amy just wants you to know that her dog makes the exact same noise as yours.
I had never heard a dog do like that before. It sounds like a little raindrop.
And she's so little.
So
It's
cute,
so
though.
cute.
And that's why it sounds so
Yeah,
small.
see, Taylor
She said
says
it's like
I
a
doubt
bark
that.
that won't come out.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It may not, because they have so much lobbying power and money,
Right.
and they certainly don't want it. But
Charlene says Mob Crew's on live right now. We could always go on there and ask, I guess. Just to
I'm
clarify.
sure somebody's going to run over there and tell him that we're calling him Canadian.
yeah,
Are you going to stand for that? They're calling you Canadian.
That's
Mr.
hilarious.
A? Mr. A said that about me? Is that what he
Charlene
is?
says,
Mr. Eh.
Mr. A?
Mr. Eh? Charlene McPike says Chris is on with new information on lights.
Yeah, he does really well.
He does lots of stuff on the lights.
That was our plan for our next Sebastian live, was to go over this whole thing with the car.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so that's what we'll next time we do. That's what we're going to.
Well,
go
I think
into.
this week it's a paper boy, right? With the lights.
Yeah.
He's debunking the paper boy, the 3 a.m. paper boy.
I'm guessing.
Is he the same one from that video that chases the guy down for $2? $2.
You don't. If you don't know the name of it, I'm going to shame you.
I know
What's the name of the movie?
Better Off Dead.
Okay, good. I want my $2.
I want my $2.
Hey, pull it up.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting spacey because I
You
haven't
need to go eat.
eaten.
You go eat, and then I'll do this.
This is what happens when my blood sugar gets
I
low.
know. I'm on 146.
Oh, I'm really far. Okay.
You're good. Why don't you go eat?
I'll go eat. Hold on. I got to take myself off camera. Okay.
And it, another thing on this too is like, we're at 147 paragraphs of this, 111 exhibits. Let's say like the judge may think some of these are not as strong as others, but if half of them are compelling, it's enough to make this go through, right?
And that's a point too. Who's even seen a paper delivery kid in a neighborhood in years? Who's even seen a newspaper? They don't even deliver daily newspapers anymore.
Now, Mrs. E was talking about this earlier today. We were like, can you remember the last time we've seen a newspaper? And it had to be our old house. And even then, it's been over 10 years.
I know. We used to get, like, when we would be traveling a lot and get, you'd even get a newspaper outside your door, like a USA Today. They don't do that at all anymore. You just don't even hardly ever see a newspaper. Everything is digital. You just don't see it. So that makes even that more ludicrous for him to suggest it could be a newspaper delivery person.
Yeah, it's just it's like every day there's a thing like that,
Yeah.
So we're at 146, and this is on Queen Bee here. Reacting to her, acknowledging a lawsuit, reacting to her name in court filings, accusing plaintiffs of deception, and expressing hostility toward the proceedings. On December 23rd, Queen Bee engaged in a Twitter exchange with Joe Kelly, attacking plaintiffs and their supporters while misrepresenting the case. Then in quotes, Girl, have you not paid any attention to the effing S that's being pulled by Nick and his team? LMAO, stop the BS. SF is sick of their S, and so are we. Who trolls a missing child's case? The ones you're defending do. Shaking my head. All right. On December 24th, JLR reposted J for Justice podcast, falsely accusing the plaintiff Seth Rogers of fleeing Tennessee after being sued. Did Seth Rogers flee Tennessee? People are claiming he left the state right after being sued for misusing funds and other stuff. I remember when Katie Proudfoot got crucified by many for leaving her house after Sebastian Rogers went missing. Seth Rogers recently went on YouTube. On December 24th, JLR posted on Twitter claiming Chris Proudfoot offered to work with plaintiff Seth Rogers to find Sebastian Rogers, which plaintiff Seth Rogers declined, and that plaintiff Seth Rogers left the state while Chris and volunteers searched. I don't remember this. I didn't know that happened, or that claim was made anyway. Chris Proudfoot extended an olive branch the other day to Seth Rogers, offering to work together in finding Sebastian Rogers. Seth Rogers declined. Chris Proudfoot and volunteers spent the last week searching in the woods around their home for Sebastian. Seth Rogers left the state. On December 26th.
Now, this supposedly happened this past December.
Yeah, I didn't remember that claim. I mean,
That's ludicrous.
On December 27th, does JLR Investigation, J for Justice podcast posted on Twitter about Robin Rogers, plaintiff Rogers' mother, discussing her claims about polygraph tests taken by Katie and Chris Proudfoot and her subsequent withdrawal from public support. On December 27th,
Oh, there you go, more does.
Doe, Spilled Tea Department, and Crazy Twitter Lady Hopi posted on Twitter disputing claims by plaintiff and Jules the dog handler. I bet there's more than 14 does.
Spilled tea.
I bet the 14 is a different grouping.
You think?
I bet so.
Tea.
So it may still be 50 does.
CPT.
And that I bet that's the way it is. I might be wrong, but we're already at a lot, and I didn't expect half these names to be in here.
Crazy Twitter Lady Hopi.
Yeah, but she's not named as a doe.
It said.
It just says Doe Spilled Tea
Oh,
Department.
it's only got one doe. Doe.
Yeah.
Spilled Tea Department and Crazy Twitter Lady Hopi. I'm going to put her down as a maybe
Okay.
because of the way it's worded.
So disputing claims made by Jules the dog handler amid her time in search efforts for Sebastian Rogers, citing contradictory statements from TBI. And the quote is, why is it so hard to trust volunteers in this case? On December 28th, an email from Jim Fair to a parole officer falsely accused Nick the Hat and plaintiff Tony Mathis of fraudulent business practices and identity theft, citing fabricated police reports in Oklahoma and Tennessee, and included a Reddit link to a defamatory post.
Can you scroll it up a little?
Oh yeah, sorry. So that's
okay.
actually an exhibit also. So they've submitted those to the court. Nick the Hat is working with Tony Mathis. They are involved with fraudulent business practices and forgery together. Police reports have been filed against Mathis and Nick in Oklahoma and Tennessee.
So
The
that's just
FBI's
false claims.
Yeah. Of course, we don't know who the Jim Fair is, but the FBI is investigating Tony through Crane Works and his involvement in obstructing a criminal investigation. Ridiculous. On December 20th, I mean, it's just, I didn't even know a lot of these things, you know?
No.
On December 29th, SF and UA Crimson made false statements on Twitter about AtNight private intelligence investigative efforts and engaged in personal attacks, even going as far as to activate a purported marching band. That's just in time for court and the marching band performance, is the quote. On December 29th, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter mocking and dismissing legal proceedings in the investigation into Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. On December 30th, SF falsely posted on Twitter that attorney Bruce Castor had zero involvement in the instant matter. Exhibit 120. On December 31st, SF posted on Twitter announcing his intent to attend a court hearing regarding Bullhorn Betty's alleged restraining order violations and made statements about her legal matters. I am looking forward to attending court on January 8th in Sumner County regarding Bullhorn Betty's restraining order violations. On January 2nd, defendant Align Doe Queen Bee reposted defendant SF's statement about the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers Amber Alert on Twitter and promoted defamatory content targeting plaintiff Nick the Hat. Between September 14th and January 9th, plaintiff Jules the dog handler engaged in a Twitter discussion with Doe Ethan, which is at Rorschach's dog, regarding canine training.
Tracking.
Tracking.
The tracking methods.
Good catch. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Plaintiff Jules explained distinctions between tracking and trailing canines, while Doe Ethan responded with skeptical and mocking remarks. He was not provided with a scent article. The later canines were. Canine Max is a tracking canine, not a trailing canine. Trailing canines are scent specific and require an article specific to an individual. Tracking canines are footstep trackers. Tell me you never certified a tracking dog without telling me you never certified a tracking dog. Between January 3rd and January 4th, defendant aligned UA Crimson posted on Twitter in response to plaintiff Nick the Hat, mocking his financial situation and reposting content praising New Orleans police. You don't have any money to eat. On
Huh?
January, I don't know what that means.
You don't have any money to eat, saying he didn't have any money. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay, go ahead and scroll up so you can continue.
Oh. On January 4th, 2025, SF posted a video on Twitter addressing the Sebastian Rogers case, expressing frustration and mentioning potential travel changes. Defendant UA Crimson responded with a comment about the weather. This is a screen recording I just made in the hopes of refocusing this discussion on the search for Sebastian. I don't make videos, so please excuse the video's roughness and lack of scripting. I am tired, frustrated, and
I don't really
saddened.
understand that.
I don't either. I'm tired, frustrated, and saddened by what this case has become. You know, they've maybe it'll show more relevance when they see the whole exhibit. I don't know. On
We're
January
getting closer to real time if it's in chronological order. We're on January 4th, so
right, we're in this year at least.
Yeah.
On January 4th, SF posted on Twitter accusing Tony Mathis, BHB, and Clutch Them Pearls. First time I think we've heard him mentioned in any of those, right? Of orchestrating fraud regarding claims about the Proudfoots selling their home, citing an alleged manipulated Redfin screenshot. The post was retweeted by J for Justice podcast. Look at this fraud orchestrated by Tony and BHB, with Justin from Clutch Them Pearls attempting to pull it off. They have been falsely claiming that the Proudfoots are selling their home, which they are not, and they even doctored a Redfin screenshot, but put tomorrow's date. What was funny about that is I watched that live with Justin, and he in real time said he debunked it, like the home was not for sale or whatever. Like somebody sent this information to him, and he sat there and was like, "Well, let's take a look." And then he spent like 5 or 10 minutes researching real estate stuff, and he comes to the conclusion, "No, I don't think they're selling the home." And that was well before this post was made. 163, between January 4th, 2025 and January 5th, SF posted on X accusing plaintiffs Mathis, BHB, and Justin of fabricating claims about the Proudfoots selling their home and manipulating a Redfin screenshot. Fisher stated, "Look at this fraud orchestrated by Tony and BHB, with Justin from Clutch Them Pearls attempting to pull it off. They have been falsely claiming that the Proudfoots are selling their home, which they are not, and they even doctored a Redfin screenshot, but put tomorrow's date. Doe's Cheesy Wheezy and defendant aligned Doe."
Can you scroll up to Cheesy Wheezy?
Cheesy Wheezy.
Okay. Cheesy Wheezy.
Yeah, this has got to be.
I lost the name. Where is it?
Well, thank you, Jules. Your ears were burning here too. There's a lot of these were yours, but we appreciate this. So K9 Gator and I just certified as a dual purpose for a second year in a row this week. Pause up for the goodest boy. Thank you, Ease, for keeping Sebastian's name alive. Well, thank you very much too. And I dual purpose. So
that means he must do tracking and trailing, or has two different.
Yeah, I get all the dogs confused. Gator, I don't know what Gator does. I think, was that the one that does narcotics? Is one of its? I think, or am I wrong? I might be wrong about that. But certified as dual purpose for a second year in a row this week. Very good. Well, congratulations to Gator.
I'm trying to find where. Did you already scroll off where it had Cheesy Wheezy's name? I don't see it.
It didn't. Oh,
or just the name Cheesy Wheezy. Was it?
It didn't give like her real name or anything.
Okay, it was just Cheesy Wheezy.
Yeah, okay. Which is a panelist, I think.
Okay, but they were named as a doe, right?
Yeah, I don't think they have their own channel, do they?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't watch any of that stuff.
Jules said that Gator is patrol and narcotics, and he does tracking. So very
Okay, so that is the
good.
one that does Okay, so that is the
good.
one that does narcotics. Yeah, I couldn't remember tracking and
Oh, I forgot. I'm still.
He's
narcotics.
patrol/narcotics, and he does tracking.
right.
Very cool. Very cool. Thanks again, Jules.
Yes, thank you. So I think I'm at 164.
Okay.
So between January 4th and January 5th, SF posted on Twitter accusing plaintiff Seth Rogers of refusing to cooperate and implying he may be hiding something while reiterating fraud accusations against plaintiff Tody Mathis, BHB, and Justin. Knocking out fraud is important. The problem was Seth was not willing to stop for even a minute. That's a real shame. What is he hiding? January 5th. That was barbecue, right? Yeah. Barbecue posted on Twitter questioning the authenticity of messages in plaintiff G's declaration, suggesting they might belong to plaintiff dog Chapman or another party. Hong Ji added these as his own text when he signed his declaration and the injunction as his own messages. So whose messages are they? Dogs or Hong's? On January 5th, UA Crimson engaged in multiple Twitter conversations regarding accusations of misinformation, investigation, credibility, and legal issues of individuals in the Sebastian Rogers case, expressing skepticism and disputing video evidence interpretations. Making sure I understand, these trolls are supporting a female who is on a $20,000 bond and is facing potential prison, a male who walks around a park because he can't leave within a specific radius, and he's pending parole, revocation, and SF is the bad guy. Okay. 167. Okay, you're on it there. Oh my. Just checking out the chat to see if there's any questions here or anything.
Take a break for a second. You've been reading for a long time.
Actually, I might go to the restroom for real quick and I'll come
Sure.
back.
You've been sitting here for 3 hours. I'm sure you're starting to get a headache.
3 hours and 16 minutes.
Let's see.
And we've had let's see. We've had Jules gave us a super chat, and we had some other super chats from earlier.
Well, thank you.
So thank you all very much. And Shannon says, in my opinion, they're doing this for distraction and to get people off the case. And I do think some of it is for distraction, but I consider it nefarious, just trying to wreak havoc.
Mm-hmm.
And then Blue Bella says, in my opinion, SF was paid thousands of dollars to run interference, which has done nothing to help find Sebastian. Actually has interfered with possible progress. I think that's a valid point as well.
Oh, sorry.
And I was just going to tell them we are at 683 likes, so we need 17 more for our machete video. So if you haven't had a chance to go out and hit the like button, please do that so we can watch machete.
We've got a lot of dead air. Sorry. We're just kind of zoning out.
I know I was just reading some of I think people we're losing viewers too, but I'm sure it's because they've stuck with us for 3 hours or getting tired.
Yeah. We could do a part 2 tomorrow or Sunday.
Oh, well, if we're going to do all of this, we'll have to do a part 2 or 3.
I mean, look, can you hold up to the camera how much is left?
That's
that way.
That's what's left. And that's
Holy moly.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're on page 59 of 234. So
yeah.
And some of them are the signatures at the very end of the declarations, I think. This is not even including the exhibits. The exhibits must be insane.
Diane says that she hopes I feel better, but my voice sounds sultry. So it's just called
It does. It
it's
does.
congestion and hoarseness from coughing my lungs up for a couple days. But I just got a bad cold. I'm doing much better today. You know how when it's all in your head and you feel fine, it just sounds horrible. That's where I'm at.
What was that TV show? There was somebody who was trying to catch a cold because their voice sounded so good. Oh, it was Friends. It was Phoebe. I had to
Yeah.
think about it
That's funny.
because her voice sounded so much better when she had a cold.
That's funny. It is funny. But no, I feel fine. I feel completely fine. I just sound terrible.
Yeah, you were pretty bad a few days ago.
Oh yeah. Tuesday and Wednesday was terrible. I didn't feel good at all.
Yeah,
But
it's surprising you missed the JFK stuff because you've
I
been waiting
know.
a long time for that.
Yes. But
But
it was
there's
exactly
so much more to go over with that. It's just insane. So,
yeah, it's a real rabbit hole for sure. And it's exactly what the conspiracy theorists have always said. Just more proof of it.
Oh yeah.
mm-hmm.
Lots of proof of it. But I figure there'll be documentaries and all kinds of stuff about what really, they believe happened based on all this new information.
So I'm going to go to 167. I think that's where I left off.
Hold on.
Sure. Mohawk says, in my opinion, those photos SF put out of the trash truck and backyard was taken when the group were out there reenacting the night of December 25th and early morning of the 26th.
What about December 25th? That's Christmas.
That's around the time they were doing that. The reenactments trying to
Oh, really? At Christmas?
yeah, like emulate the camera angle, I think.
Oh, okay. On Christmas Day?
I think
That's odd.
wasn't it?
And Real Me
I think
Too's
it was around that
bragging.
time.
She's bragging.
I've been fortunate. I haven't been sick all winter. I never catch the flu.
I've
Very
not
good.
been. I can't tell you the last time I was sick.
Oh, we got a new member.
Well,
This
thank
is
you,
a
Deborah.
very, very odd for me.
Welcome, Deborah Godwin. We appreciate you. Welcome. Oh, Teresa's going back and forth between us and some other and mob crew. Well, please tell him that we said hello and tell him that we have straightened it out. Hope there's no hard feelings.
He might get offended,
No,
or he might think that's really cool.
No, he won't be. I don't think that guy could get offended.
He's so nice. He's such a nice guy.
He's super
And
nice.
he really does a good job. He's very diligent. He wants to put it out there and have it as accurate as possible. And I think he does a really good job.
Oh, his approach is great. His approach is great.
Yeah, I think I got you guys to watch him. I'm like, you guys got to watch this. It was a long time ago, but I was like, you really need to watch this guy.
Yeah, you've done that with a few of them.
You found some really good ones. There's some more that I still need to watch.
Silver you were on before we were.
Oh yeah, I love Silver. But he did. You can just tell the people that are sincere and the people that you just are like, oh my god.
She said, Mohawk Mom's correcting.
Okay. Okay.
February.
I was like, Christmas. I didn't remember him doing that at Christmas.
Sorry, wrong date. I meant February. It was done late fall, same time with the camera on the corner house. They used a phone on a stick. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I didn't
right.
watch any of that. I just kind of heard about it later. But
Hi, butterflies are free to fly. She said hi.
hello.
Oh yeah, I forgot Jules was in court. She knew what happened. She said they came in twice because the sheriff's department saw the photos on the live stream. After the second time, they took our phones.
They took everybody.
I forgot all about that.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's right.
Yes, the Silvers are both very sweet. Very
yes,
sweet
they
people.
are really. We did get a chance to meet them several
I
months
think you
ago.
should talk to him on the phone.
Yeah,
We
we
did.
called Aunt E because she likes him so much and said, "Hey, do you want to talk to Aunt E?" So we called Aunt E and let him talk to her for a minute.
Yeah, we had breakfast
Super
with him or
nice
whatever,
people.
and he was if you like Silver on YouTube, you would like him even better in person.
Oh my gosh, he's
Like,
the
he's a
nicest,
super
and his
good-
wife is wonderful as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
They're just
sometimes
sincere people that want to help.
they're really good people. All right, so I'm gonna get back into this just to keep it going here. We're We're at 167.
Hi, Lady Tit for Tat.
Oh,
Welcome in.
good. We're over 700. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, we are.
Do you want to take a machete?
go ahead and do it
Okay, if
before
we
I get
get to
into it.
1,000, I'll play the new video, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That's good. We'll have the 700 and then the 1,000.
Okay. There's a bug and it won't let me upload the new
And
video.
then Rosebud said, I think we are getting an idea of who the ringleader is with these insulting social media posts. And when things are debunked, all you get is crickets. Very
Mhm.
true.
All right.
Yeah, they're showing patterns.
Take that down and we'll do a machete break. All right. Well, thank you guys for getting us to 700 likes. And so this is for you.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate.
We got to do it in threes. Mystery makes me do it that way.
It's a
So
rule of 3.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate.
and one more time.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate.
The side eye's my favorite part.
You know, I clipped it out separately.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That's great. This is a good one. Ivy League flight nurse says the only difference in a conspiracy theory and the
Right.
truth is about 6 to 12 months.
That's really funny.
It's true. Sometimes it's a little longer, but definitely.
Okay. If you guys haven't hit like, let's get up to 1,000 because this new video is very funny. You guys will get a kick out of it.
All right. So on
I know we all
January,
like the hair bobbing. They were like, oh, the hair's bobbing up and down. That's the best part.
we haven't, that whole video is not out there. Like the new, when Court TV was there, they cut up parts of that testimony. They didn't show the whole thing. I wish the whole bit were out there. Because it was linked. It was interesting because he was just so hostile. I was like,
And
man,
I'm
if
surprised
they
they didn't show it all.
it made what it was making me think was if there ever is actually, if he's ever brought charges against him and he has any involvement in any way with the Sebastian thing, I want him on a witness stand because he does not make a good witness. He gets very defensive and aggressive, he can't help himself.
Blue Bella says Chris or Mob has searched many times for missing people and he still goes out in the desert searching. I have never seen SL actively search for anyone or anything.
Who's SL?
Probably SF.
Yeah, but
Oh, SF. Okay.
I can't say because again, I don't follow him.
Well, I have seen him search. Like I've seen him talk about searching. I haven't seen him search, but
Like record and search.
Yes, I've seen him record, but I don't know if he is really doing it or not.
All right, you ready to get back into it?
Sure. And yeah, I know that Chris has done searches like that before. Successfully too. He found a shoe or something with a case.
Yes,
right?
he found some major evidence in a missing person that I think that
right.
led them. Didn't it lead them to the body?
Yeah, it was a major.
Or they pretty much know where he was in the vicinity. They may haven't found the body, but it was a shoe.
Yeah, I think that's right. A shoe or a pair of shoes, something like that.
Thank you, Donna. That's sweet of you. She's liked with the 2 times tablet and TV. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
And good night, Jan. Thank you for spending your evening with us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Jan. We appreciate you being here. All right, so I'm going to keep going. The people want more of this, I think.
I was reading it that way and I started laughing and then you put it up.
I know. I try not to pay it much attention to stuff they put out because I almost don't want to amplify it.
Yeah.
Well, it can't be verified.
Yeah, I mean I don't.
Well, when you prove yourself as not credible, you don't want to put anything out from that person because they're not credible.
Right. So let's get back into this. Let's keep it going, if that's okay.
Yes,
We
sir.
good?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We got a little ways to go.
How
we're gonna
much?
have
I
to do
mean,
like a
at what
5-part
page are
series.
you going to stop?
We're
Because
at
we're at,
January 6th.
I guess we'll just go till we just are sore enough to have to quit.
All right.
Whenever you think that is. And
I'm
then we'll just
getting
do a
dogs
part.
licking my feet because they want to go potty. So
Yeah,
I'll have
it
to
is
do that in a
weird.
minute.
They know exactly when it's 9:00.
It's weird.
It is really. I mean, they know the hour.
They
Um,
just went out like 2 hours
I
ago.
know, but they know.
Mine
Um,
hasn't
It's like
moved.
they're well,
Well, she-
it's like they're telling us it's time for you to wrap it up and start going to bed.
Because we always because 9:00 kind of usually are take the dogs out for the last time, and they know 9:00. They start pawing
Mine
at
hasn't-
us, and
Mine hasn't asked at all. And I'm surprised. She usually does.
I'm looking forward to seeing yours.
I know. Just a little bit longer.
So January 5th, SF posted on Twitter about a search and rescue canine in a construction area relevant to the Sebastian Rogers case and shared a news report about a deceased woman matching a missing person's description. J for Justice podcast retweeted both posts. The first SAR canine, a bloodhound, appears on camera in the new subdivision's construction area at 2:15 p.m. on February 26th. At that time, large construction equipment was still actively working on the opposite side. On January 6th, SF posted on Twitter about the Proudfoot security cameras in the Sebastian Rogers case, insulting critics and claiming insider knowledge from a witness interview about Sebastian's behavior. Listing exhibit there. Between January 6th and 7th, the Laura Lodge defendant aligned UA Crimson Tide and SF engaged in Twitter discussions. The Laura Lodge defended its opinions based on public records, while defendant aligned UA Crimson and defendant SF challenged its credibility. If I could stay awake listening to you long enough and poke holes in your little narrative you're trying to push, are you willing to take it down and put out the actual facts? I watched the first 5 minutes and 30 seconds of Laura Lodge tonight. I stopped watching when he began discussing the security camera supposedly installed inside and outside the Proudfoot home. He clearly has no idea that no cameras were installed either inside or outside. On January 7th, the Laura Lodge and SF exchanged posts on Twitter about a proposed demonetized discussion with a fundraiser for the NCMEC. On January 7th, SF posted on X emphasizing his role in finding Sebastian Rogers and discrediting Seth Rogers by calling him Mr. Fiction Storyteller Plagiarist. Seth said he knew where every camera in the neighborhood was and the angle they pointed, but he couldn't tell you there were no cameras on the Proudfoot home. Mr. Fiction Storyteller Plagiarist. On January 7th, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter, engaging in legal posturing, mocking accusations, and making personal attacks while discussing anti-SLAPP laws and defamation. Thank gosh there is a highly skilled, reputable lawyer retained. I've never ever said I was going to strike it rich. I simply repeated what the anti-SLAPP law could potentially grant anyone and any of the other 30 states that have the law. Do I think I'm entitled to my lawyer fees and punitive damages? Abso-effing-lutely. At least I have integrity. At least I don't live in my mom's basement. At least I never made a fake press badge, in my opinion. At least my friends aren't homophobic. At least I haven't been in prison. Okay. Between January 7th and 8th, SF posted on X accusing Seth Rogers of criminal sexual misconduct and referencing past records without evidence. Clarification. Seth didn't hire a PI. He took pro bono services. 0 records of Seth. How do you know? Besides the San Diego records, how do you know what DCS records exist about Seth? You don't. And are you just going to give me a free pedo ride? Because I 100% had sexual relations with a minor. Oh, because he had 100% had sexual relations with a minor. Remember, I know that for a fact. Between January 7th and 8th, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter, engaging in sarcastic and antagonistic interactions, including questioning about a taser and making dismissive remarks. I have a real question. I would actually like to know, all BS aside, why you had that taser. Between January 7th and 9th, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter, engaging in defensive and antagonistic interactions with multiple individuals, including Plaintiff G, regarding legal accusations and financial matters. Bellbrook, show me where I collected money for Sebastian. Defendant SF posted on X accusing plaintiff Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, AtNight, Plaintiff G, and Nick the Hat of exploiting Sebastian Rogers. On January 9th, the Laura Lodge and defendant Align Doe Queen Bee engaged in a Twitter discussion where the Laura Lodge clarified statements from a panel discussion, and defendant Align Doe Queen Bee responded defensively, suggesting a double standard. This post confirmed my suspicions about that panel from yesterday. It's very obvious that Betty was suggesting that Katie sees Sebastian as defective and not that Betty sees him that way. On January 10th, plaintiff G posted on Twitter accusing defendant SF of spinning and panicking in relation to the Sebastian Rogers case. Defendant SF and defendant Doe UA Crimson responded with mockery, attempting to discredit plaintiff G by referencing a virtual office at One World Trade Center.
Can you scroll up a little?
He is spinning. He is panicked. What is going on? Manic much, Hong? Going back to 2022 post. Do you need a cookie? Hong, is this any way to treat your new neighbor at your prestigious mailbox on the 85th floor of One World Trade Center? On January 10th, plaintiff G posted on Twitter questioning the absence of Mama Bower socks in the search for Sebastian Rogers, implying neglect with the statement, like mother, like son. Defendant UA Crimson responded dismissively, challenging plaintiff G to demonstrate his own involvement. On January 10th, SF posted on Twitter denying claims by plaintiff G and AtNight Media, stating that law enforcement refuses to engage with them and emphasizing that plaintiff Seth Rogers has not taken a TBI investigation polygraph. Defendant SF also announced an upcoming discussion on the Laura Lodge YouTube channel about the Sebastian Rogers case. This is a 100% lie. Law enforcement has not and will not, under any circumstances, speak with Hong or AtNight. I will be having a civil and professional discussion with Laura Lodge on his YouTube channel regarding the Sebastian Rogers case. On January 10th, 2025, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter discussing flyer distribution related to the Sebastian Rogers case, denying allegations and engaging in derogatory remarks. Defendant Barbecue Lady referenced prior involvement by Terry Lynn, Chris, and defendant Align Doe Crabtree in distributing missing person flyers. I assume Chris there, is that Proudfoot?
Yes.
He's not mentioned as a Doe there. And neither is Terry Lynn for that matter. But Crabtree is.
And we don't know that the Terry that was mentioned earlier is Terry Lynn, do we?
No, it's spelled differently. They spell it T-E-R-I.
Right. She's T-E-R-R-I, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I just wonder if that was a typo.
I don't know. That didn't occur to me that could be Terry Lynn, though.
It kind of hit me that it could be, but I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's not true. No one saw Terry Lynn flyers before CP brought flyers. I'm so fat and you're still a bee. Whose quote is that? I guess it's Barbecue.
I have no idea.
I'm so fat.
Oh man! On January 11th, Queen Bee posted on Twitter. It's just ridiculous when you read things in print.
I mean, yeah, when you read it like this, it's like, oh my gosh.
It's like, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. And Queen Bee posted on Twitter, engaging in hostile and defamatory attacks against plaintiff G, accusing him of stalking and making inflammatory remarks. In my opinion, look at the S-bag POS your parents raised. Stalking my teenage daughters with David Matzik won't get you the attention you're looking for. I don't know what that means.
I know who that is.
Okay.
His name's been all over the place, if you want me to say. Or if it matters. It's another creator on YouTube.
Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Unless you think it's relevant. SF posted on Twitter refuting allegations of open CPS reports against individuals in the Sebastian Rogers case, defending Katie and Chris Proudfoot and suggesting that plaintiff Seth Rogers should be investigated for returning Sebastian to his mother. Defendant Fisher also falsely claimed that Sebastian Rogers is his client.
I put a peppermint in my mouth and I didn't think about it. I had a peppermint in my pocket.
Maybe don't ask you any questions for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
How could Sebastian be his client?
Yeah, he did. I remember him saying that. I think he gets questioned a lot about if he was working for the Proudfoots or whatever, and in what way. And he didn't really want to answer that question for a time. And so I think he was trying to say Sebastian's my client, whatever.
Yeah.
But obviously that can't be true.
Yeah, Rob Beanie. I remember him saying that as well.
If there are open CPS reports against Katie and Chris, shouldn't Seth be immediately arrested for sending him back to Katie and Chris just 2 weeks before he went missing? Anything to protect my client is right. Sebastian is my client. On January 11th, 2025, defendant Barbecue Lady posted on X questioning financial activities and making accusations against plaintiff G, including speculative comments about business registrations and potential tax evasion. The exchange included derogatory language and taunts. Just real quick, going back to that thing about should Seth be arrested for the CPS reports? That's deliberate disinformation, right? Because we all know that Seth didn't know anything about the CPS reports and had to get a lawyer to even retrieve them, to even see them. And it was quite a process. And everybody knows that. He knows that. So to say that Seth knew what was in his reports back then is obviously false. It's deliberate disinformation to smear and defame Seth. That's a pretty good example there.
Mohawk's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Seth only found out about the CPS cases when Chris told Smiley on her live. Oh, I didn't know that's how he found out.
You know, I've never asked him.
I didn't know that's how I found out. I just knew he didn't know until this case happened. That's interesting. That was the first time. Was that the first time he was asked if there was ever a CPS report? I guess.
And I don't even understand that comment. Did I say it was dropped? Bentley B? Who's Bentley?
Did I say Bentley? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm like,
oh, Real Me Too says yes. That's how he found out.
Wow.
How disturbing.
Yeah.
Oh, here come the text messages for everybody to tell me.
Between January 12th and January 15th, multiple users posted on Twitter discussing inconsistencies in the Sebastian Rogers case, including discrepancies in the last seen date reported by law enforcement and concerns about evidence tampering. Users challenged the role of law enforcement and independent searchers. Oh, yeah. Okay. Do you listen to yourself? People are worried about you planting evidence. You've been refused consent for months. No means no.
Sorry.
Something cracking you up?
Yes.
I assume you can't share it.
No.
Let's see. SF posted on Twitter about evidence in the Sebastian Rogers case, accusing Mob Crew of spreading misinformation and claiming the evidence was intended to help find Sebastian. It's unfortunate that I was even forced to show this proof. This evidence is intended to help find Sebastian, not to address misinformation. On January 12th, Barbecue Lady posted on Twitter engaging in defamation and harassment towards Hongji, dismissing his claims and accusing him of spreading false information. On January 13th, multiple defendants, including UA Crimson, Crabtree, White Boy Radio. Okay, so he's listed as a Doe. That's the first time for him. And defendant aligned Doe Cluminati posted on Twitter X engaging in misinformation, harassment, and defamation against the plaintiffs. Individuals involved included defendants UA Crimson, Crabtree, White Boy Radio, Cluminati, and the plaintiffs.
You can't know.
Oh, I
sorry.
can't do that. Okay. Maybe at 1,000 likes?
No.
No, not even then.
You don't get to know.
Okay. I can't keep holding your hand through this. I'm not here to provide private lessons. Knee pads, Fisher. Get your corny jokes up. I have just way better memes. On January 13th.
Auntie, talk to Chad. I gotta tell him. It's killing me. Okay. I gotta mute it.
That's so funny. NJ Robin, I know you're confused. I'll see if Mr. E can just kind of give a real quick explanation as to what this is. This is a new emergency petition, and it's on the court website where they file the other petitions regarding the RICO and the emergency injunction. So that's basically what it is. And Karen, you're right. It's a shame that Seth had to hire a lawyer to get the CPS cases. I'm not really sure how they even began to realize that there was a lot of information. It looks, I worked in schools for many years, and usually both parents are involved in CPS situations, and they let both sides know, especially when the child lives with both parents in different locations, being a joint custody like that. So I'm really surprised he had no idea, and someone dropped the ball as far as social services goes. And I think there's going to be investigations into social services in the next few years. There's a lot of that goes on that I don't think protocols followed. Things are not investigated the way they should be. And I'm really hoping that there will be a change in that system. And you're right, perfectly imperfect boy mom. I don't think Seth should have to deal with the headache of filing a RICO and emergency injunction either. It's more of it is a shame, but I mean, it's obvious. There's a lot of evidence, a lot of exhibits. Mr. E, we had someone that was just confused if this is a new injunction or are they trying to add this to the original court. They just didn't understand the filing.
I think this is new.
It's an emergency petition, right? It's new.
Yeah. So I
That's
think
what I thought.
Yeah, so there's kind of two items here. The really short one we did at the very beginning seems to be about that hearing they had on February 18th, where they are basically saying the pictures, video, and all that were used, they want all that to stop. The discussion of it, the spreading of it, whatever. But that's the short part. The lengthy part is the emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. I think it's different. Do you think that's this? It's not this.
I'm sorry. I was, my phone was lighting up. What?
Well, this is different than the other.
Yes.
I mean,
I think it's considered an emergency petition, and it's separate.
Yeah.
I think
the other was like a preliminary injunction for an upcoming lawsuit, which is different, I think, than what this is. This is asking for like almost an emergency hearing.
That's what
Real Me Too says. She said it's an emergency filing, so it's new.
Yeah.
It's
and
brand
really,
new.
Even when we read the,
I don't know what that means for the other filing though. What does it mean for that?
I think the other filing's still there, unless it's dismissed or ruled on.
Us being ruled on now.
So I mean, it's still there.
Because they can rule to let that go forward, or they could dismiss it,
right?
Or they could dismiss it and the
right. They're looking for emergency relief, is what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this has been a month since that hearing.
I mean, when did this all start? October-ish?
I don't know the
something
month they
like
filed that, but yeah, somewhere around there, October or November, something like that.
Southern Soul True Crime said had it added to it an emergency hearing.
And a lot of this is new. This isn't the same stuff we read last time.
We haven't read any of this.
And
these exhibits are different and more detailed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got way behind because I was tickled. Okay, so are we on
189?
Okay.
Karen, and that's interesting. I'm hoping that we're going to see that around the nation, that all CPS programs will be scrutinized and evaluated, and that the system will be more consistent from state to state, because there's a lot of gaps and a lot of holes, and people move to escape CPS and they just start over in another state. That happens a lot. But I think with the new administration, there's already been discussions of that in certain departments at the federal level. So I'm hoping we'll see it nationwide.
It would I think it would save a lot of kids.
I do too. I think it would possibly lead to finding kids. I think it would save kids. And get people out of situations that they don't need to be in. There's a lot of kids that need to be taken away or aren't where they need to be.
Mhm.
And I think
I
it would be great.
I think I was a Southern Soul True Crime says yes, more names in it, but I feel like there's a lot more information in
But I think
these
it's
than the
more
last one we
specific.
read.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Well, definitely a lot more about SF and UA Crimson.
Yes.
Way more than they had, because the others were really focused more on barbecue and granny.
It was pretty much all barbecue and granny with a few
Yeah.
people thrown in for good measure.
Yeah. Kind of passing reference to a few other folks. So here we are at 189. Queen Bee posted on Twitter engaging in racial mockery and cyberbullying against Hongji using an edited video. Individuals involved include Queen Bee and Hongji.
Oh, and Real Me Too says you're right, Mr. E. Don't let it go to your head.
If Real Me Too says I'm right, then I must be right. She's our fact checker tonight.
Yes.
For on a lot of stuff. 190 on January 13th. Barbecue posted on Twitter dismissing allegations, engaging in defamatory content, and amplifying misleading narratives about the plaintiffs. I could honestly give two S's what you are, your misinformed posse says. Definitely deaf, not frustrated. Your lack of intelligence is actually comical. On January 14th, SF posted on Twitter making legal threats and engaging in intimidation towards the plaintiffs and their counsel. Today I served a Rule 1026. I notice 1026.1 notice and demand on all plaintiffs, Lesniak and Bruce Castor. Okay. On January 14th, social media posts and emails discussed legal matters, harassment, and attempts to discredit attorney-client privilege involving Bruce Castor and Nick Bahat. Just not this case. These 4 words mean there is no attorney-client privilege. I can unequivocally state that Fisher is an immature fool. I don't know who posted that.
I don't get that one.
Say it again. Sorry, I keep getting distracted.
I'm trying to figure out
I'm not sure
who made the statement. I can unequivocally state that Fisher is an immature fool.
Well,
I don't. Are you having the same problem? I don't get who said that.
yeah, I can't tell. Maybe, I guess it will say in the exhibit, but I can't tell. Oh, that's the reply. Just not this case. These 4 words mean there is no attorney-client privilege. And someone replied, I can unequivocally state that Fisher is an immature fool.
I see.
But I don't know who that is. On January 14th, social media posts accused Bullhorn Betty of dishonesty and deleting comments related to a RICO lawsuit. Bullhorn Betty is spiraling and it is delicious. All her lies from multiple areas of her life are catching up to her. Barbecue Lady posted cryptic messages on Twitter that may contain coded references relevant to the case. 44OT. If I ever had my truck detailed, the wheels have to be shiny and look glossy like this.
Scroll.
194.
I'm going to send this to you if you tell me to scroll one more time.
I just want people to be able to see because they don't have it in front of them.
You don't have 65 text messages coming in.
I don't know what this is. Does anybody know what the -4 OT means? They're saying it's a coded reference.
Relevant to the case.
I don't know what that is.
Don't know.
-4 overtime. OT.
I don't know.
I haven't.
That's weird.
Yeah. Maybe somebody in the chat will know what that means.
I have no idea. Okay, Real Me Too.
Yeah, Real Me Too.
Or Mohawk Mom.
When I say chat, I mean Real Me Too.
Or Mohawk Mom.
Mohawk Mom.
They're down with the facts.
All right. So on January 15th, social media posts suggested unauthorized searches of private property and false claims of law enforcement affiliation. Sounds like Kathy's property needs a good searching ASAP. Yeah, no, Sumner County had their chance. The real law is coming this time. On January 15th, Barbecue posted on Twitter discussing defamation, legal disputes, and the importance of evidence. Imagine being a self-proclaimed intelligence agency who truly lacks intelligence, in my opinion, and just continues to spew defamatory posts. When making big promises, it's really important to write them down so no one gets confused or treated unfairly. On January 15th, email exchanges involved harassment of legal counsel Bruce Castor indicating ongoing interference with legal representation. I'm not reading these and blocking them.
Sorry.
Who said that?
I'm a little confused.
Is that Bruce Castor saying he's not reading these and blocking them? I'm not sure.
I think so. Yes, I think that's what that means.
Okay. On January 15th, emails discussed harassment and unauthorized dissemination of legal correspondence involving Bruce Castor. Forward emails Nick the Hat is posting. Okay, so they just got that listed as an exhibit. On January 16th, social media posts contain harassment, misinformation, and attempts to manipulate public perception regarding the plaintiffs. On January 16th, SF posted on Twitter regarding missing persons cases, claiming involvement in finding a missing person, individuals involved, including SF and Queen Bee. We #founder. Thank you, everyone. She is safe.
Can somebody fill TJ in about what's going on? What we're reading?
Sure. We this is a motion seeking an emergency protective order. It's at night. If you content creators like Bullhorn Betty and Brittany
Everybody
J,
that's on the thumbnail.
Yeah, everybody on the thumbnail. Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers, and the defendants are at least Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, SF Investigates, and 14 other does. Although it looks like we've got more does than the 14, so I'm not sure. We're not sure who the does are exactly.
Don't know.
I can't. I'm not 100%.
It might be in the. Could it be in the
maybe towards
exhibits?
the back. Maybe they may list them somewhere else later.
Right now, we only have 12.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, maybe.
I've got 12 because we don't know if crazy Twitter lady Hopi is a maybe.
I hope so, because I want to say that name more.
Yeah.
Just so we'll
That's
hope.
so funny. I missed that one.
Twitter lady Hopi.
Yeah,
I missed that
was
name.
Also named with spilled tea department, and
Yeah.
it said Doe spilled tea department and crazy Twitter lady Hopi, but they didn't say Doe, so we don't know if she was included. But then the last Doe we have is Cheesy Wheezy.
All right.
Okay.
Crazy Twitter
Something
lady
wrong?
Hopi.
Yeah, but we can talk about it later.
Okay.
Hi, I got time today.
So January 16th, SF and Barbecue posted on Twitter making defamatory statements about the plaintiffs and encouraging harassment. Sebastian Rogers, I'm deeply sorry that your own father hired people to disparage you in this way. Imagine what Sebastian's sister potentially could see when she gets older. On January 17th, social media posts accused the plaintiffs of forgery, blackmail, and document tampering. Forgery includes whole documents that have been copied, altered, and misrepresented as genuine. Yep, or Lesniak did sign it off, but I feel like there's some form of blackmail going on. On January 17th, Barbecue posted on Twitter with threatening rhetoric and false legal narratives targeting the plaintiffs. Bad boys, what you going to do when they come for you? That's the best you got. I love when I'm underestimated. Between January 17th and 20th, social media posts contain false allegations, coordinated harassment, and attempts to discredit the plaintiffs. Forgeries include whole documents that have been copied, altered, and misrepresented as genuine. YouTubers are coming forward with concerns regarding the FA of missing teen Sebastian Rogers. On January 17, 2025, Barbecue posted on Twitter discussing evidence, legal action, and making inflammatory statements about Seth Rogers. I'm just going to sit over here and watch hell break loose.
Oh, okay. So the Derek Lassiter is a doe as well?
But I think he's one of the names that we have. If you all know his YouTube name, he might be.
I don't know these
He's
people.
not UA Crimson Tide, is he?
No, that's a girl.
Okay.
I'll hold on a second. I'll look him up.
Okay. Yeah, but they've mentioned him before, but it didn't say his name is a doe earlier. But we have talked about Derek already this evening because he was the one that won that contest.
Oh, that's a good idea, Karen. She's going 440 likely refers to time or deadline, possibly a 440 time or a 404
okay.
time.
Smart.
Yeah, that
See,
might be it.
I don't know who this person is. And they were on Big Brother?
He won Big Brother, Derek Lassiter.
Did you look it up?
I didn't look it up, but everyone had already said it.
Okay.
I've never heard of this person.
Grammy says, "Where are we at?"
We're at exhibit 172, page 66.
Are we sure
of
this is
200
this
and some
person's
odd.
name? I don't see anybody winning Big Brother
He's
by that name.
Crime Weekly. Derek is Crime Weekly.
He didn't win Big Brother.
That's what they said.
Maybe a
All you
different
people
game show.
that know about Derek Crime Weekly Big Brother, let us know.
And
That's
he's named as a doe?
I don't know that he was named as a doe.
Maybe
I don't remember that.
I'm so confused.
It's Derek Levass Lavasser. He has 2 YouTube channels. One is with
I'm subscribed to him.
Yeah, one is Stephanie Harlow called Crime Weekly, and his
Yes.
channel is Deceptive Detective.
Yeah, I didn't know he won that. He did win. I did not realize that. I watched that season. I didn't even remember him winning. Okay.
So is he a doe in this case or not?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand.
I don't remember.
I don't think he's a doe. It was just a post where he was involved, right?
Yeah, I think he was mentioned, but not.
I thought somebody said he was the winner of Big Brother.
Right, but I don't think he's a doe.
I'm trying to find where somebody mentioned him being a doe. Mrs. Bird said Derek is the doe from Big Brother.
Oh.
What do you mean the doe from Big Brother? He's the doe.
Ooh,
from Big
Detective
Brother.
Mom said he was on last season of Traitors. I don't know what that show is. What's that show? Now, I did watch all the moles. Those are good.
He's a former detective from Rhode Island.
Well, we used to watch Big Brother all the time, and I watched that season. I just didn't remember he won. I remember him. And I am subscribed to his channel as of like this week because it just came across my feed. So anyway, cool.
He said he was winner of Big Brother 16 and winner 2014.
He won twice?
And Detective Mom.
Okay. What channel is Traitors on? I want to watch
He's
that.
not the deception detective, though.
No.
Deceptive. Not deception.
He goes by the deceptive detective.
Yes.
Oh, I've got him on Crime Weekly. I think that's what I watch him
his
on.
channel is Deceptive Detective. But that's not the same thing, is it?
No, Deception Detective is a
Detective.
different guy entirely.
Oh, okay.
But we need to, maybe they're getting them confused, or maybe the name is.
Yeah,
that
Witchy
close.
Mama says they do great deep dives. Yeah, I watched. I don't remember. It wasn't.
He is Detective Perspective.
Oh,
So somebody just had the name wrong.
but I still don't know
Detective
what
Mama.
channel Traitors is on, or streaming, I guess.
So it's Deceptive. What did I say it was?
Oh, I'm confused. It doesn't.
I think there had to be some confusion.
Oh, Peacock. Okay, thanks.
He's
Thanks,
Detective Prospective
Okay.
and
Thank
Crime
you, Detective
Weekly.
Mom.
It's on Peacock.
Pink Card says he's formerly a detective and 2-time winner of Big Brother. I didn't realize he won twice or once for that
And
matter.
an actor from
After-
the O.J. Simpson documentary.
Maybe he did like a deep dive or had a lot of information about that case or something. Got interviewed.
Perspective Detective.
He started his Jules in California says he started his own PI firm. Cool.
Okay. Interesting.
That's so cool.
But is he a doe in this case?
That's
don't
my
think so.
question. I think I think it was just I remember his name earlier. So I'm thinking it was just to demonstrate
I don't think he was a doe.
okay. I think it was
don't
I
think
think
so either.
his post was to demonstrate a collaboration of sorts going after him.
Tabe Luck said he did a video 3 months ago.
Thank you, Taipei. And
hi,
hello,
Taipei.
Taipei. It's good to see you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I know people are kind of joining us, coming and going a little bit. But good to see you, Taipei. And
I remember Cody.
So I may have to check that out. Detective Mom said he did do an episode on Sebastian.
Okay.
yeah, I haven't seen it.
We'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I always want to see what law enforcement people, what their thoughts are. You know?
They also have a coffee company called Criminal Coffee.
I got confirmation he is not
He
a
is not a
doe.
doe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Mysterious
person.
texter.
Mysterious.
And we might have to
person who
check out
texted me.
his coffee. He has a coffee line called Criminal Coffee.
Oh, that's fun. Also Lore Lodge, I think, has a coffee. I didn't know that you could just, maybe I need to make up a brew for myself.
You know what? That would be something fun we could do. We could have the Crime Dog cups, Crime Dog coffee. Have special blends.
I think you work on it because I've got too much stuff to do.
Okay.
You got
I'm
it.
just kidding.
It could be your baby.
Yeah, but we don't like the same kind of coffee. We disagree.
We could have a light roast and a dark roast.
Speaking of which, when you come, I have a lot of extra donut shop coffee. Do you like that?
Well, we're bringing our own.
I know, but I mean, I'm wanting to get rid of it because I switched to the Costco blonde.
I'm not sure. I'll try it.
Okay.
I'll try it.
Sorry. It tastes weird now.
If you don't like it, and I can also take it over to
other people
that live close by that I love.
Okay.
So I guess we'll keep plugging away at this a little bit longer. Do you want to? Are you good?
You know what? I get tired after about 2 hours. So
what do you say we go another 20 minutes on it?
We'll go till 10.
Go till 10.
Okay.
Call it a night there, and then we'll just do it. We'll probably have to do a part 2 and maybe 3 if we want to do the whole thing.
Why don't we let Aunt E do a section by herself, and we'll take tomorrow off? What do you say? What do you think, Auntie? No, I know. How about Granny? Let's have Granny do it.
Criminal Coffee pays for DNA testing to solve cold cases. That's really cool.
That's really
that's
nice.
a great idea.
That's what they use the proceeds of their coffee to do.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
That's a good because there are.
I can support that for sure.
Yeah, that's.
I love
that.
Idea.
Order some of that.
That reminds me, we're getting closer to getting to our 10,000, so we can start doing charity streams. So if you haven't subscribed, we would really appreciate it.
I was just listening to a Crime Junkies where this guy was falsely imprisoned for killing his wife, and if they had done the DNA testing like 12 years earlier, that he would have been out of prison.
Wow!
Oh my gosh!
But they had the DNA, and. So there's people that could be exonerated and freed.
I definitely want to do that. I also got a suggestion from a mystery texter that our roast should be the flea biter light roast, loose collar medium roast, and rabies dark roast.
Well, that's a little vicious.
Very good.
Funny. Okay, sorry.
I think we should do the Cavapoo crime a blonde roast, and we could do the doxxing dark roast.
Thank you, Rosebud. Yes, that's who it was. Remember the YouTube guy that came and said that CP had inquired on getting help from him and the investigator. And when the investigator told him how he approached things, CP decided not to go with him. That's who it was. Okay.
Oh.
So that was Derek. Is that who that was? Is that what we're saying?
I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Or is that someone different?
I think that was going on during the time where we had stepped away to focus on our son. So I think we missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
Taipei Lux said ankle biter coffee.
Ankle biter. Yeah, that's what.
Oh yeah, different person. Yeah, this is a different one.
Oh, ankle biter.
I remember this guy, but I don't know his name.
Somebody said not the same guy.
Maybe from New York.
Okay,
or
not the
like
same
that.
guy. Oh, okay, sorry.
Was he a New York guy?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was good. It was. I
His
don't remember
last
name,
name is Man. Real Me Too said
though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
he's not the same guy.
Maybe not willing to do a disinformation campaign as well as investigate.
We could. Now I'm all off on this. Like, what could we call our coffee?
And
I'm
June
getting back on
says
this.
that she gets their coffee every month. She's addicted to it. She's got a subscription for it.
Who said that?
June, she said she gets it every month and she's addicted to it.
And what does she get?
Yeah, June, which one do you get?
Oh, Pickle Me almost says that's Ken Mans or Mains.
Ken
Okay.
Man.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
Pen
sure.
Man, that's it. Yes. But thank you, Real Me Too. Again.
Well, also thank you to Pickle Me Elmo, which is a really funny name.
That is funny.
Yeah, Ken Man. Yeah, it was a good. I think he did maybe 2 videos or so on it, but it was
Okay.
interesting.
Our mystery texter also suggests canine coffee.
Yeah,
That's cute.
that's good. Yeah, that's good actually. All right, so this is a series of texts that happened or tweets that happened on January 18th and 19th.
Okay.
The truth is, we don't know what happened, what's going on behind the scenes. It was more like we planned to drug and interrogate people legally, so stop telling the cops.
I'm really behind.
I don't know what that means. 206. On January 18th, Barbecue posted on Twitter claiming to have additional evidence and engaging in mockery. There's about it more. How much is the one from the night she went on QB's panel, drunker than Cooter Brown?
That's funny.
I don't know what that means either.
Well, no, that's everybody. You don't know that saying?
I've never
Oh,
heard
no,
it
I
called
know.
Cooter Brown.
I
It's
just don't know who they were.
Cootie Brown.
I just don't know what she's talking about.
Okay, one more thing. Where the bite is worse than the bark. Okay.
That's a good one.
I mean, we've got a marketing genius texting us right now.
That's awesome. Crime Dog Coffee, or where the bark. What was it?
Where the bite is worse than
worse
the
than the
bark.
bark. Oh, that's cool.
That's cute.
That would be for our dark roast.
Marketing genius.
Barbecue posted on Twitter criticizing Seth Rogers and encouraging confrontation on a panel discussion. Wow, does Seth have a soul to condone anyone talking about the mother of his child like this? Y'all feel froggy. Why don't you hop in a box on QB panel?
What?
Feeling froggy.
Barbecue
What?
on January 18th, Barbecue posted on Twitter attacking the plaintiffs, discussing legal matters, and claiming to be a victim of defamation. Imagine trying to silence my opinions with a frivolous lawsuit, but then go on the internet and be the foulest humans I've ever seen. Opinions are protected by the First Amendment.
Beyond Warped Creations, it is on the Delaware County, Pennsylvania website on their court filings. You just do a search. It's there.
Also, June says she gets medium roast criminal coffee. Their coffee has characters, and it's the Sebastian. How fitting of a name.
Oh my goodness.
Medium
Their
roast
coffee has characters. That's interesting.
and it's Sebastian. Interesting.
Well,
The Rottweiler roast. That's a good one.
I will order some of that, especially since it goes for a good cause. I hope they have. Do you think they have Keurig things?
Maybe.
I've been meaning to get one of those stainless steel ones because I think the plastic is so bad for us.
I know. I think we need to go to the roast to get the.
It's just a pain. I did it once before with
Yeah,
a plastic, a heavy plastic one, and it was a pain. It's such a pain unless you have, them all prepared for you for the week.
Yes,
Anyway.
they have pods. She said.
Cool. All right. Sorry, mystery.
All right. On January 19th, social media posts discussed blocking individuals, the Sebastian Rogers case, and alleged interference in investigations. I've blocked so many people today, it's crazy. Clue speaking truth. This tweet 1. Tweet 2 is the press shall be free to examine the official conduct of persons acting in a public capacity. On January 19th, defendants UA Crimson and White Boy Radio posted on Twitter engaging in public shaming.
Did it say doe?
Yes, Doe.
Yeah, we had him as a doe.
I didn't have him.
Oh, yeah. They've once before we've heard him.
I must have missed him.
Posted on Twitter engaging in public shaming, harassment, and mockery of individuals. You should be ashamed. That neck.
I don't know what those emojis
Just
are.
a bunch of emojis. On January 19th, Barbecue posted on Twitter discussing legal matters, denying accusations of threats and harassment, and questioning the use of Bruce Castor's name in filings. Why would NH share BC email? How could NH not know that it could be BC in trouble or get BC in trouble? No, Hong, we don't condone threats to anyone. Also, I don't condone lying and saying people are threatening them when they aren't. On January 19th, an individual using the handle Kramaland posted a violent threat on Twitter against Hong Ji, referencing a shooting.
Oh, right.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you should read that one. That's terrible.
Yeah, I don't think I would read that one.
Okay, you can read it for yourself.
Here,
there,
I'll make it really big.
No, oh, there it goes.
That is
That's
awful.
horrible.
That is awful.
And that person was still tweeting for a while after that too, and kind of trying to defend what they were saying.
Phew.
That's ridiculous.
It is awful.
For the people listening, though, can you like edit words?
I will S you in the face worse than your own government, Hong.
Wow. Wow.
That's a blatant threat.
I would guess that account's got to be taken down by now, right?
I don't know.
You would hope.
I'm sure they reported it. I'm sure Hong reported
you
it.
do that. You should have your account down. On January 20th, SF emailed attorneys Bruce Castor and Lesniak regarding errors in court filings for AtNight Media and Barbecue, requesting address corrections and noting procedural issues. Although I received an electronic copy of the answers and responses you filed, my address on the service list remains incorrect. Several plaintiffs' verifications are inexplicably dated 7 months in the future as September 1st, 2025. On January 20th, multiple defendants, including Ethan, defendant Barbecue, SF, and Trailing Truth, I don't know who that is, posted on X mocking and discrediting AtNight and its associates with exaggerated claims and memes. Not only are AtNight elite high-risk operatives with the clout to recruit Bruce Castor and Donald Trump in the search for Sebastian Rogers, but they're also time travelers. Don't worry, guys. Tomorrow is the day that Trump and his team will be helping NTH. On January 20th, Hong Ji and defendant UA Crimson posted on Twitter with the defendants aligned, UA Crimson responding dismissively. Quit being a baby. Take the link. Between January 20th and 21, Cluminati and J for Justice posted on Twitter accusing Seth Rogers of controlling a Laura Lodge chat. Seth in chat during Laura Lodge trying to make mods delete any opposition. This is the moment that Private at Night says never happened. He went from legal representative to plaintiff. Between January 20th and 21st, Barbecue posted on Twitter denying involvement in threats, harassment, and a GoFundMe campaign while discussing her legal representation and engaging with plaintiffs. I'm sorry someone sent that threat to you. However, it did not come from me, nor would I ever condone or even think of posting such a horrendous threat. You're going to have a hard time proving I started that GoFundMe. You want to know why? Because I didn't. On January 20th, SF posted on Twitter under the handle SF Investigates, commenting on the plaintiff's legal filings in response to an anti-SLAPP motion. The post highlighted that an amended complaint had not been filed and focused on Brittany J's sworn verification, noting it was dated September 1, 2025, instead of January 1, 2025. The post included an image of the verification and a GIF. AtNight and the other plaintiffs who still have not filed an amended complaint submitted answers to the anti-SLAPP today and their sworn verifications of truth and accuracy. Brittany J post-dated hers by 7 months, marking it as 9/1/2025. You can't make this up. But
it was he misread it, right?
Yeah, I think it was because it was actually January 9th, 2025 or something, and it was the way
it was written.
They did the
Oh, real quick, thank you so much for becoming a member, Detective Mom.
I'm not really sure what NJ Robin is asking, so I'm not really sure if you can answer it or not.
Read it.
So respectfully, can the other family members take other YouTubers to court for going over those interviews? Just a question. I mean, you can try to take anybody to court, I suppose.
I don't really understand
whether. But I don't think they're just going over. This is really none of this has anything to do with going over interviews.
Yeah. That's why I didn't understand going over those interviews.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it's just whether or not you would be successful.
I mean, yeah, you can.
Oh, she's clarifying.
Oh, okay. So anyone covering this?
No, I wouldn't.
They're just, what's going on. It's the hate channels coming in trying to set a trap for you so they can say he's lying about something or whatever.
It's just that you can sue or attempt to sue anybody. It's just whether or not you're going to be successful.
Yeah, I
So,
could go sue somebody for pulling into the parking space over the white line into my parking space. I'm not going to get anything for that, but I could do that if I wanted to.
I mean, you can always try. I mean, there's no guarantee this is going to be successful.
Mhm.
This motion, I don't know. I don't know what's going to
We're
happen.
just reading it because it's interesting. So
It's public record. I mean,
it's
we're just reading a public record.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an
we
interesting
read Megan
question.
Boswell stuff too.
People always ask, well, yeah, you can sue anybody for
you
anything.
can attempt to, for sure.
I mean, you're going to have to pony up the tens of thousands of dollars and think it's going to be worth your time.
Mhm.
I mean, look, think of what the hours this thing cost.
Right.
I can't imagine.
I don't know. It's got to be thousands of legal hours.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be the defense. They're going to have to do thousands of hours just to read it.
Mm-hmm.
Just to go through. We're not even doing the exhibits. How are these attorneys going to do this?
It's insane.
Um,
I can't imagine with what my understanding with the exhibits, how many people it took in to just bring the exhibits in.
It's like when someone defames you or something or slanders, it happens all the time. It happens every day on YouTube that someone slanders or defames someone. It's a matter of, do you have the willingness to find the attorney, put in the years? Is it
cause
worth,
yourself
is
distress?
It worth it? For most people, it's usually not worth it. But this situation, it really is hampering the ability to investigate Sebastian's disappearance in a lot of ways. I mean, I don't even know how it's debatable. Just the stuff we've gone through. I mean, all the death threats, all the physical threats that we've read alone,
Mm-hmm.
it scares people off.
Mm-hmm.
Some it doesn't, some it does. People, you got people showing up at Hong's house and all this stuff. These things don't. I don't know. I think
that's funny.
Seeking relief from this is reasonable.
Two things. Devil's Queen made me think of your, I don't know if you know this Devil's Queen, but he had me, he sent me a clip of Judge Judy. He said, "Hey, can you have this on the show?"
I don't believe you.
Well,
because he loves her so much.
I do love Judge Judy.
And then Jen Smith said you started to explain what this was and got distracted and did not finish.
That does not surprise me. I was describing what this. Oh, yeah, somebody was asking. I mean, it's just an emergency hearing. Calling for an emergency protective order.
Mm-hmm.
Asking
for relief.
So, according to
emergency
Hong,
petition, yeah,
an emergency petition, and Hong is on his X account is saying he thinks this will happen in the next week or so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're kind of at the mercy of the judge and the courts and all that, I guess, but that's what they think is going to happen. But yeah, it's just asking. I guess they're going to somewhere at the end. I suppose they will list their requests, or maybe they're just asking for the hearing. I don't know. The injunction asks for specific types of relief. Like it was saying, we want you to
cease and desist, basically.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
stop defaming so and so. Take down videos about
Mm-hmm.
this. You can still cover Sebastian, but you can't gather money for legal stuff. And there were different things like that they were asking. And
Crazy cat lady Andrea says, I tried to listen to all sides of it, but there's way too much hate and bashing. I agree with you that happens. It's like anytime anyone gets close to CP and KP, they get threats. Actually, I think it's quite the opposite, right?
No,
Mm-mm.
Gets close to them, like
I think it means
Like on their, like
gets
looking
close
at
to
them.
answer. Like
oh,
I
I see
think.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
then that's when threats come in.
I
When
thought
people
you
start,
meant when
I
people.
think they
well,
mean
I
like
thought
investigating.
I see. I see. I thought they meant like gets on their like gets close to them, talking to them and stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to find. It's hard to find reasonable people talking about and defending Chris and Katie. It's hard to find that conversation.
She said, "Yeah, what Aunt E said."
Thank you,
I'd
Andrea.
like to.
Sorry, I got confused. I misread it.
Early on, I did listen to a lot because I wanted to know where people were coming from.
We did, but you know what
We had to
happened?
stop,
We got
yeah.
a lot of information that was incorrect too,
Yeah,
and got confused.
because
And-
I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand how people were looking at Seth as a suspect when they knew he had an alibi. Didn't get it, and it usually would come down to no logic at all. Usually, if people addressed it at all, they'd say, "Well, I've got a bad feeling about him. I don't like him. It's a hunch, that my gut feeling." Logic was just out the window usually.
The Devil's Queen says, then you need Nancy Grace as the prosecutor. And then the break says, so you can't have a GoFundMe to pay lawyer fees. I don't know
No, they were.
That's not what we're saying,
No.
or that's not what this case is saying.
They were requesting that from the judge.
That was one of the
in the
requests.
injunction. The judge can grant that or not. That was the request. But yeah, you can have GoFundMe's for legal fees, I think.
Yes,
I have no idea.
I don't think there's anything
Unless
else.
a judge steps in and says,
you cannot. Right.
But
Right, but you can put a GoFundMe up and say, I'm trying to raise money for my legal fees for such and such, and nobody will stop you from doing that.
Sure, unless you've got a court order preventing it, which is what they
Right.
were.
Which is what
That's what they asked
that's
for.
something they're asking for. That doesn't mean they're going to get it.
Right.
So
Judge may or may not let them do that.
and Grammy H, kindness is free. That's lovely.
It is.
That's lovely.
I don't know which one I was at. Where were we at?
I don't know. I started looking
we're
at
gonna-
chat because I'm tired and I'm getting spacing out.
Well, we've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and then we'll.
Okay, did you? Let's
I don't
see.
know what I did last.
Hold
No,
on.
we
You
weren't
didn't
there
do.
yet.
No, we weren't there yet. I think you were just starting. No.
Hang on.
Oh my.
I keep going. There, didn't you say something about the GoFundMe? You're going to have a hard time proving I started a GoFundMe. You
date.
want to know why? Because I didn't.
Oh,
Remember
the
that?
date
We were
got
talking
me
about the date.
sidetracked.
Yeah, so
Yes.
we're at 219.
Yes.
Yeah, we're at
Yes,
219.
that's it.
So we'll let's go through 220, and then we'll call that a night, and then we'll just, I don't know when we'll come back, tomorrow or Sunday, something like that, maybe, and do more. We'll just see what our
We'll just
schedule's
do
like.
it when we can do it, but we'll make note of where we're at.
Yeah.
So.
So this is 219 on January 21st. Ethan and Trailing Truth posted on Twitter discussing Jewel the dog handler, military status and investigative actions, alleging unauthorized access to confidential military records and disclosure to Seth Rogers. Jules the dog handler confessed to the unauthorized access and disclosure of confidential military information about other service members to Seth Rogers, who then leaked it.
That's ridiculous.
I know. I know.
Oh.
Jules flaunted her military status as a security officer before telling Seth she could look into people for him. On January 21st, a user named CEO of West Coast Softball Club posted a message on Twitter directed at Hongxi, suggesting he should enjoy the days you have left. Another user, Karen, questioned via message whether this was a threat. I thought you were scared, Chong. Enjoy the days you have left. LOLO, dumb F. And then, is this a threat to at Hong at night? Sounds like a threat.
It does.
Is there ever going to be a stopping point?
I think that's good.
Well,
For
you wanna
or do you
stop
want to
there?
do you want to do more, or what do you think? We can stop there if you like, or
I think let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
I think so. I think write down the number we stopped at. What was
Okay.
it?
We're at 221.
yeah, page
Okay.
72 next.
Put a star beside it so that you don't
Sure.
forget.
I'm putting it on my
Because
notes.
I printed
too.
these out
I'm putting it on my notes.
yeah, I
along
thought-
with
and I
my
used
list
all
of
of my,
those.
I used all of my paper and ink
I'm
printing these out.
actually
I
kind of
bet you did.
yeah, sure. I'm kind of surprised at how much of this was not the same as the injunction. I didn't realize it was going to be so different. I thought it'd be a lot of the same.
Well,
No,
that's
this
when
is
I
all
saw
different
it.
evidences.
When I
Yeah.
saw it, I started looking at it and I was like, ooh, you're going to
Yeah.
want to look at this.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
Well, you get a lot of specific statements, and boy, it's a lot of garbage. I mean, some of it's just outright blatant lies, just made up stuff.
Mohawk Mom, you're cracking me up.
I mean, do you even want to be the judge getting this?
it's
kind of-
probably a good idea not to. I know. I know.
Can you imagine being the judge getting this?
Well, and you're thinking about
thing?
very professional people
Right.
reading this.
Yeah.
And I like X. I just don't follow those people.
Right.
I love X. A lot of people say I don't go on X. It's awful. It's not that it's awful. You just have to pick the people you follow and follow good, credible people, because there's lots of great people on X.
Yeah. You block anybody that looks at you sideways.
Right.
I'm going
I
to have to change.
I block like
I'll
crazy
have to
'cause I don't,
change
you know.
the stream to part 1 and part 2. So just keep an eye out for that part 2, guys.
Yeah.
And let's
Just
see.
don't follow these fools on X.
Well, I mean,
Follow
the
credible
algorithm
people.
pays attention to what you look at. So if you look at a lot of the trash on X, it'll keep feeding it to you. So if you focus on the people that you do want to see,
Ooh, I'm looking tired.
it'll keep feeding that to you. But if you get caught up in a trash loop or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
it'll keep
But
giving
you
it to
can
you.
you can take people out too.
Oh yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
want to follow.
Oh, yeah.
But it can get ugly on there, sure. But I mean, everywhere it does.
Look
Yeah.
at all these sweet people telling us thank you for doing this.
Well, thank you.
Well, it's actually, it's kind of like, when we did the Megan Boswell stuff.
There was a marathon.
It was, but I mean, this is very interesting to me. This is very
Yeah, I
interesting.
can't wait to do the next trial that we do, because I really enjoyed doing a trial and watching it live, and commenting and talking about the witnesses and the just the whole thing. I loved it all. Thought it was
Yes.
fun.
And I feel like, didn't we read the Megan Boswell, like some of her court documents as well? We did, didn't we? I thought we did.
Yeah, I think we read pieces of evidence that were
Mhm.
yeah, we did.
That's what I thought.
We would stop when they would present something on the screen, and then we would stop because we could pause it, and we would read things that they were putting up as pieces of evidence too.
Yeah.
Oh, so Robin says, Mrs. Z, so this document is filed in the court website. I can find them there respectfully. Thank you. That's where I found it, was the Delaware County, Pennsylvania website. It was put up about what? I saw it. I just happened to be checking it. 1 o'clock or so. What time did that? Because I was like, you
It
got to
was
see this.
Yeah, it was after.
I know we had a mod.
Were
that
you on the
linked it.
phone when I
Me?
found it? You were on the phone talking to him when I found it about something else.
Oh, that was early.
Was it? I don't remember.
That was like between 11 and around 11 or 12, between 11 and 12.
No.
Maybe
And I was on the phone.
I don't know then. I'm confused. No, weren't you on the phone though?
Yeah, we were. That was
Okay.
about, but see, you're an hour behind me, so I don't know.
Can I link the site?
Actually, I
let me see.
have I have the link.
You mean to the papers? Let's just send them to the site, Auntie.
Oh, I've just got the public access.
You got the.
Yeah,
I've got
I
it.
just
I'll
have
do
the-
it.
Yeah, I've got that. Do you need it?
This is the website we got
Yeah.
it from, and then you have to search. I guess you could search AtNight or any of the plaintiffs' names.
Where are the court pics posted?
I have no idea. See, you know what's weird is some of the people here that I know are members are not showing up as members on.
No, they're not.
On YouTube?
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, like
I like that too. Nice, Marie.
it's weird because people I know that are.
Are they
What's-
green?
Well, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe they're not members anymore. I don't know.
We had a new member earlier. Did you mention them?
Thank you, Junie. I don't. Did
I
we miss one?
don't know.
We might have missed one.
Hang on just a
Let me
second.
see.
I'll go to the last
Detective
one.
Mom and Deborah
Yeah.
Godwin. Yes.
Yes, we had 2 new ones.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Do we need to welcome them to the dog pound?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, Ty Bay, you're right. It's probably expired. I just didn't. I don't know. I'm getting sleepy, and then I start to get spacey, and then that's the end of it. I don't need to be on here anymore.
Yeah. I can
Okay,
tell.
I'll do.
You
want me
can
to
tell.
do
I can tell we're at
you
the
want me to do the
expiration date.
video?
Yeah. Yeah, you can do it.
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
This is for Deanna. She asked for that one more time. All right.
Welcome in, crazy cat lady.
Well, we're
Welcome
happy to have you here.
our show. Always good to meet new people.
We love getting new followers.
And thank you, Detective Mom, for becoming a member there. So, anything else we need to do before we go?
I don't think so, other than our normal we remember you. That's it.
June
Yeah.
said her dog always looks at her when the puppies bark.
Yeah, we have headphones on for a reason. Our dogs will bark at any noise,
gosh.
so it's just easier for us to have headphones on.
Oh, and Rosebud has a dog like her dog Betsy looks like the green collar dog sitting on its back legs.
Aw.
That's cool.
And Deanna says, let's get us to 10K. Because, yes, we are going to do, once we have the 10,000 subscribers, we're going to start doing monthly charity streams. And we're going to do it for different charities, not just not just missing kids. We're going to do some for pediatric cancer. We're going to do some for autism.
Well, we were talking about letting the
Oh,
people
right.
vote.
We were going to let you guys vote.
Pick like
You
3 or
guys are going to
4.
vote.
Yeah.
We'll pick out of so many, and we'll just try to spread the love.
Yeah, that'll be fun to do.
So please share us if you know people that like YouTube podcasts. Please share us so
Yep.
we can get up to 10,000 so we can do these. So we're really wanting to do that.
We could do one for epilepsy or juvenile diabetes, or we could do one for dogs. Right?
Yeah, I guess.
We could do all
Downey
kinds.
says, I look like I live in Nashville, but no, Florida.
They have to be YouTube approved charities, I think, right?
They do. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have to be real charities that YouTube they have filled out an application, and YouTube has approved them. Yes.
Probably
So it's
most.
it's
Oh, I
all
would love-
legitimate, and we wouldn't none of the money comes to us. It goes directly to them. So
Right.
we don't have any hands on it. It just goes to them.
So you don't,
Dog shelters. Yeah, I would definitely want to use vetted charities for animals, because a lot of charities goes to administrative expensive and not actually to the animals. So
Yeah.
I want to make sure we vet those, but absolutely would love to do animal ones too.
Oh, Mohawk Mom says we could put them in a bowl and pick the winner. We can
Okay.
do that.
I want to say thank you to all the mods too before
Yes,
we go.
thank you.
Miss
Good
Machete,
night.
Romy 2, Lady Tit for Tat. Missing anybody?
Dreaming was
Miss
here
Machete.
earlier.
Dreaming was here early on.
Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches.
Machete.
Marlena was here briefly, but
okay.
Nightbot. Just kidding.
I was got to think that, but thank you for doing that. And
Opinionated. I understand how you feel. I do. I understand how you feel. I get sad about all this stuff too.
And that's why
And
we
Kelsey, of course, we forgot Kelsey. Kelsey was working hard.
Oh, she was. Yes.
Mhm. Well, I am going to
yes,
wrap
thank
it
you,
up.
Kelsey.
Oh, somebody said that use AtNight Media is the best word to use for the search.
Okay.
Maybe if this goes through, things will just improve.
Mhm.
Maybe there will be a light at the end of the tunnel on this part.
Ms. Machete says, thank you, Nightbot, for all your hard work. That's funny. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up, and you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Charlie says bye too back there.
Yeah, she is. She's awake. Okay.
He's awake now.
Well, good night, everybody.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We're holding on to hope for you. Ooh. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We